Your Excellency, distinguished
Ne čujemo.
of Regional Knowledge Symposium, Energy Efficiency of the Buildings in the Balkans plus region. The symposium is organized by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, with support from the governments of Germany and Slovakia, and the government of Japan under UNDP's Climate Promise Initiative. Yesterday, we had an opportunity to follow very interesting panels and dynamic discussions between representatives of governments, financial institutions, international organizations, the private sector, and the academic community. Today, we continue the symposium in order to support Serbia and the Western Balkans, as well as the neighboring countries like Moldova, to accelerate the implementation of energy efficiency measures in buildings that can help reduce energy supply costs, mitigate climate change, and protect the environment and citizens' health. Now, I would like to invite to the stage Her Excellency Anke Konrad, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany in the Republic of Serbia, to deliver an opening speech.
Dear Jakub, dear representatives of UNDP from different countries participating in this first sub-regional symposium on energy efficiency in the Western Balkans and Moldova. I'm very happy to be a little part of this first-time event, and of course I hope already very much that more will be followed. I wanted to talk to you a little bit because, I mean, the panels, that's the experts, so I'm not an expert in energy efficiency, but of course, coming from Germany, we've seen in these last years and for decades, the fierce discussion that we're having on how to reduce energy. Should we leave nuclear energy or not? Should we leave coal now or later? So I know that the discussions about energy, what does it mean? How could we reduce it? How could we spend it better? Is something that unites all of us. And so if I come to Germany, Germany has set itself the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% in 2030 compared to 1990 levels. To achieve this target, we will have to both massively expand renewables and significantly reduce our energy consumption. This two-pronged approach is, we thought for a long time, the only way to ensure the target is met in the most cost-effective and sustainable way possible. So by 2050, Germany aims to have its primary energy consumption reduced by half compared to 2008. And in the last decade, we've seen that energy demand has already been noticeably reduced, but we've also saw that more needs to be done if we want really to make our own efficiency targets on time. This is also true in view of Germany's goal to increase the share of renewable energy in its electricity mix to a total of 65% already by 2030. It means not much time to be left. But even with all these measures on a switch to renewable energy and reducing our consumption, it was also clear that that will be not enough to meet our targets. The existing gap in the reduction target is now being closed by the Energy Efficiency Strategy 2050 that we had set ourselves, which should lead to additional primary energy savings of around 300 terawatt hours by 2030. And to put it a little bit in, to see what this means, is these 300 terawatt hours mean that it's all green energy that is currently generated in Germany through wind energy and photovoltaic systems. So it's a lot. The building sector in Germany accounts for around 35% of final energy consumption. That means that it also has to play a key role in the energy transition and in mitigating climate change. The potential for reducing energy demand and generating heating and cooling from renewables rather than fossil fuels is high. Germany has therefore, our government has taken into account the fact, placing a particular focus on ensuring that energy consumption in the building sector is reduced in an affordable, economic, sustainable, and socially equitable manner. And I think having a combination of these all first ensures that it is really sustainable in the end, but it also means that whatever measures are taken or considered, you always have to have everybody on board. Be it industry, be it private households, be it the consumer in general. In its climate action program, our federal government has adopted numerous and wide-reaching measures to improve energy efficiency in the building sector. These include the tax deductibility of energy-related building refurbishment measures, the bundling of subsidy offers, the increase and expansion of subsidy rates, and the planned subsidy for serial refurbishment. But for a long time, we have been looking mainly at new buildings, saying that, and there was also a lot of support, for instance, by KfW, and this support is still there in Germany on supporting those who are building new structures, be it privately owned, be it fabrics. But we've seen also that we have specific and also a lot of funding needs when it comes to existing buildings, because we can't simply say that we concentrate on the new ones and the old ones, okay, they might be replaced at some time, but these also need renovation, sometimes very deep. They need adaptation. They need to be prepared for the future. And we've also seen that when it comes to financing, there are many, many different financing programs in force, that it was needed to keep this structure of this offer of financing transparent and also simple, so that also private house owners who have an older house, would like to refurbish it, renovate, that they also have a chance to understand how they can get this financing. So it's very important, as I've already said, that everybody understands what is going on, what everybody can do in a private way when building a house, or also with enterprises who are planning new production buildings, how they can save it. And it's also something that a need that was also addressed to the federal government. I mean, we are all housed in ministries, to communal structures, so municipal buildings, so it's not the schools, hospitals, so it's a wide range of also different needs that should be taken into account when we are talking about making our buildings fit for the future, and a future where energy efficiency and also green energy should play a leading role. So, and building owners, whoever it is, they must have full knowledge of their options, and they, in order to also that success of and the quality of what they are doing to adapt their buildings are met with success. We also, for this purpose, we have an energy advisory program that can help save money, but also open up these options, explain what would be needed, and of course, then it's a process that will involve costs. That's very clear. But a process at the end of which also the owners of buildings will see that they are gaining. Maybe not in the very short term, but mid to long term for sure. And so what I wanted to do is simply to show you a little bit that energy efficiency is not something that is already achieved fully in Germany. It's still something where we are working on, where we have right now quite intense debates about heating pumps that should be installed in buildings, about when is the best time to start with a program, how it should be financed, and how can we take all the owners of these buildings on board. And that's something that I think it's most important in all. So thank you very much. And of course, I wish you good success when it's now going on to be about financing. So, and I hope very much that this is only the first symposium in this round. And I would like to thank again UNDP for organizing it. I would like to thank also Slovakia and Japan for supporting these efforts, and I wish you all very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now please welcome Mrs. Monika Podsklanova-Szuchajdova, Deputy Head of Mission of Slovakian Embassy in Belgrade.
Your Excellencies, dear UNDP representatives, distinguished guests, it's an honor for me to address you today as a representative of the government of the Slovak Republic at this panel on accelerating energy efficiency in the Balkans region. I'm pleased and encouraged to see such a diverse expert audience gathered here today, all sharing a common goal for promoting sustainable and energy-efficient practices in the Western Balkans Plus region. Energy efficiency is a topic of paramount importance in our rapidly evolving world. As we strive to address the challenges of climate change and ensure a sustainable future, it is an imperative that we prioritize energy efficiency, particularly in the construction and operation of buildings. As it has been probably stated on this forum several times over the previous day, buildings account for a significant portion of global energy consumption and greenhouse gas emission, making them a focal point for achieving our common environmental targets. This equally applies to our country as well as the region that is in focus of the symposium. Just to give you an example of Slovakia, there are 15,000 public buildings, 75% of them in need of a renovation to meet the energy efficiency standards, which is a long way to go for us as well. But shifting back to the Balkans Plus region, Western Balkans has been a long-standing priority of the Slovak foreign policy, including in the area of development cooperation. Despite the gradual shift of the official Slovak development assistance toward other regions, Western Balkans remains still in the focus, and not only to a Slovak government, but especially to the Slovak business community, due to geographical and mental proximity, shared historical experience, and close ties. Slovakia has been cooperating with the United Nations Development Programme since late 1990s, when the UNDP at that time played a crucial role in the inception of the Slovak development cooperations. Since then, we have implemented over 50 joint initiatives in partnership with the UNDP. Currently, our cooperation is focused primarily on supporting partner countries in their public finance management reforms, promoting innovation in the public sector, exploring new and alternative methods of financing the public sector, and engaging the private sector in development cooperation. The support to the private sector will utilize various tools, including the Slovak Challenge Fund and the Resource Mobilization Facility. Through this mechanism, we provide pre-investment assistance, such as feasibility studies and sector-specific studies. This conference has been organized with the support of the Slovak government, precisely because the energy efficiency issues are a priority in our cooperation with the UNDP in this region. Throughout the aforementioned resource mobilization facility, several studies have already been conducted on building reconstructions and the utilization of renewable energy resources, particularly in geothermal and solar energy, as accessible resources for heating and cooling buildings. A significant part of our support is dedicated to buildings assessment, obtaining energy certificates, and preparing investment plans for building renovations. In conclusion, I would like to express our continuous commitment to further enhancing energy efficiency in the Balkans region. We believe that working together, leveraging our resources, and sharing best practices, we can accelerate progress in this crucial area. Let us seize this opportunity to create a sustainable, energy-efficient future for the Balkans and for all of us. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful discussions.
Thank you. And as I said before, today's symposium is supported by the government of Japan under UNDP's Climate Promise Initiative. Therefore, I would like to welcome Mr. Tetsuya Tsubota, Charge d'Affaires of the Embassy of Japan to the Republic of Serbia.
Dear Excellencies, and dear UNDP representatives, and distinguished guests and participants to this symposium, good morning. I am very delighted to be here today to participate in this first symposium for the Balkan region. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to UNDP for organizing such an important event. I would also like to thank the many participants, including policymakers, experts, and financing institutions. It reminded me that accelerating energy efficiency is an issue that requires collaboration of knowledge from various fields. I would like to start by briefly explaining three significant aspects of this symposium. Firstly, the main theme is energy efficiency, which is an important issue for promoting green transitions. And secondly, this symposium will focus more on energy efficiency in buildings, which is a common issue for all countries. And thirdly, as you can see from the venue today, this symposium is not just for one country, but for several countries and regions. We believe that it is important to promote energy efficiency not only in one country, but in the whole region by sharing knowledge in each country. And in this sense, this symposium will be very meaningful. And Japan has also been trying to improve energy efficiency. In February this year, the government of Japan approved the Green Transformation Basic Policy. The policy calls for the promotion of energy efficiency with specific measures such as an increasing support for energy-efficient housing and expanding the installation of solar panels on homes and public facilities. In addition, since going green is a global challenge, Japan is not only promoting its own green transition, but also supporting the efforts of other countries. And this month, the G7 summit was held in Japan, and we announced the G7 Clean Energy Economy Action Plan. In this plan, we reaffirm our commitment to deepen our cooperation with and support for partners around the world to ensure that the transition to the clean energy economies of the future reduces poverty and advances shared prosperity. As part of our support, Japan has provided funds for the UNDP's Climate Promise Initiative, which is the basis of this symposium. In addition, we are supporting climate change adaptation in Serbia and other Balkan regions through the use of Japanese technology and knowledge. Under the UNDP's initiative, we proceeded some projects to improve the energy efficiency of buildings last year. One of the specific examples is a project to install solar power panels on the roofs of 3 resident buildings in Niš, the city in southern part of Serbia. The project was conceived by a company and selected by UNDP for partial funding. The project is to install approximately 150 solar panels on the roofs of housing complexes, and the produced electricity is mainly used by the residents of the complexes. In this way, we believe it is important to recognize that the improvement of energy efficiency and the use of renewable energies are closely linked to the awareness and life of each individual citizen. Last but not least, the international environment remains uncertain. In particular, the recent energy problem has become one of the biggest challenges for many countries in the world. However, we can see these challenges as a good opportunity to accelerate the green transition by working towards solving such problems. And in cooperation with UNDP, other countries and financial institutions, Japan will continue to support socio-economic reforms of the Western Balkan countries toward EU accession and work towards building a sustainable society where no one is left behind. Thank you very much for your attention. I sincerely hope that the life of all citizens will be healthy and environmentally friendly. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Mr. Tsubota. The main topic we will discuss through 3 panels today is accelerating energy efficiency, the key for lowering energy demand quickly. We remind you that you can join the discussion online on the website www.reeebn.com. Please feel free to set forth the conversation through your networks by sharing posts and spreading the knowledge exchange. Please use the EE Impact hashtag and tag relevant networks to invite them to the discussion. During the symposium, you can also engage by using the Twitter wall that is available on the event website. There you can post pictures from the event, state your comments, ask questions, and etc. And all without the need to have a social media account. Now, it is time for our first panel, and I would like to invite our panelists to take their seats. I wish you a successful, interactive discussion at the symposium.
Svečanim potpisivanjem ugovora sa Ministarstvom rudarstva i energetike, 13 lokalnih samouprava u Srbiji dobilo je ukupno 80 miliona dinara za kofinansiranje projekata unapređenja energetske efikasnosti u javnim zgradama u njihovoj nadležnosti.
Želim pre svega da konstatujem da je ovo nastavak jedne odlične saradnje koju mi imamo s UNDP-em i koji nam je de facto i omogućio ovaj projekat učešćem sa gotovo 50% sredstava u realizaciji projekta, a ostalo finansiramo iz budžeta Republike Srbije i iz neke kontribucije lokalnih samouprava. Značaj ovih projekata je višestruk. Meni je najznačajnija ta promocija energetske efikasnosti kao nečeg što treba da bude jedna od naših najznačajnijih tema u budućnosti.
U osnovnoj školi Dragomin Marković u Kruševcu, tačnije u područnom odeljenju Trnčare, mi smo veoma zadovoljni primjenom energetske sanacije, ne samo iz razloga što su troškovi koje smo imali smanjeni, nego iz razloga što se vreme korišćenja objekta povećalo. Praktično duplo veće i veća površina, da kažem, korišćenja, odnosno vreme, tačnije vreme korišćenja, a ne menja se ulaganje u energetski deo.
Ugrađen je kotao od 500 kW na biomasu koji praktično zamenjuje postojeća dva kotla koje su bile upotrebi, s tim što su ta dva kotla ostala za slučaj da dođe do nekih problema u radu i tako dalje, znači nismo ih se odrekli. S druge strane, dosta se trošilo 28 tona ložulja. Sad očekujemo da će 3 do 4 puta biti jeftinije ovo što radimo i da ćemo praktično koristiti lokalnu biomasu, lokalno dostupnu biomasu, znači ovo je ložulje, znači nešto što mi uvozimo, ekološki nepovoljno gorivo, ovdje imamo domaće gorivo, ekološki povoljno, tako da smo mi napravili, kažem, jedan iskorak i prema energetskim uštedama, prema obnovljivim izvorima energije, na kraju krajeva, to je nam vrlo mali doprinos, ali doprinos u borbi protiv klimatskih promjena.
Na objektu su izvedeni radovi ugradnje fasadne termoizolacije, termoizolacija tavanica ka krovu i zamenjena je kompletna fasadna stolarija. Posle nekih godinu dana upotrebe samog objekta evidentne su značajne uštede u svakom pogledu. S jedne strane štedimo novac za energent, a sa druge strane manje zagađujemo životnu sredinu.
Nakon realizacije ovog projekta Knjaževačka gimnazija će trošiti mnogo manje para za grejanje objekta, s druge strane i nastavnici, a i đaci će boraviti u učionicama koje će biti toplije u zimskim mesecima, sve će to stvoriti mnogo bolje uslove za rad. Na ovaj način mi stvaramo bolje uslove za rad dece i nastavnika s jedne strane, s druge strane ostvarujemo značajne uštede za knjaževački budžet.
Ja sam imao centralno grijanje na ugalj i pošto sam u penziji, pa ja sam se o svemu tome to brinuo, a već ulazim tu godine kad mi nije baš lako. Tako da kad sam vidio taj poziv UNDP-a, odnosno Ministarstva okoliša TK, i da oni još daju finansijsku to potporu, bez razmišljanja sam odlučio da ugradim sebi toplotnu pumpu. I šta da vam kažem, ja sam vidio da sam napravio pravi potez u životu. Svima bi to preporučio. Ja sam sad gospodin čovjek, ja sam bio to rudar dok sam se grio na ugalj. Da ne pričamo o tome da smo ekološki osviješteni, da radimo na ekologiji za svoje unučade koji žive ovdje. Ne mogu vam pisati koliko se osjećam slobodniji. Ja odem na 3-4 dana, vratim se, ne mislim, ja u kotlovnicu ne ulazim uopšte. Nije mi to potrebno. Milina. Mene je iznenadilo odnos, naučio sam se sa našom birokratijom da imam problema, veliki i mali. I mene je iznenadilo odnos službenika iz ministarstva s kojim smo radili, stupali u kontakt, kao da nije u našem okolišu. Prijatno su me iznenadili. I tako da nisam imao nikakvih problema, bili su veoma to ljubazni, uslužni. Dali broj telefona, ako vam šta nije jasno, ne možete, zovite da se pogovorimo, da me prijatno iznenadilo. Ja sam već dva mjeseca na grijanju sa toplotnom pumpom. u odnosu na ugalj koji sam imao do sada i utvrdio sam da mene mjesečno to košta grijanje 185 maraka, a ja sam se osjećao kao u hotelu, ruke u džepove, uđi, izađi, samo platim to račune. Nisam vjerovao da je ovo nalakan. Zato bi se htio zahvaliti Ministarstvu prostornog uređenja Tuzlanskog kantona i UNDP-u, jer su mi izašli u susret. Ja sam sretan što sam uspio to da uradim.
These two videos are the start of our panel, and we've drawn a crowd today, I guess for the good reason, because we're speaking about energy efficiency and removing these financial barriers that will make more, and that will create more such satisfied homeowners, but also owners and operators of public buildings in Serbia, in the region of Western Balkans. And I will not be starting immediately by presenting each and every panel participant. I will do that as we go along, but it's sufficient to say that now we have the representatives of those who provide money and those who spend money. And I don't want to create any kind of tension in between, but we will have to see from different angles about the financial barriers and removing these financial barriers, the best practices on financing mechanisms for building renovations project. So we'll start from also what Madam Ambassador said during her introductory speech about the individuals and about the decisions on renewable, on energy efficiency and introducing new energy. My first question would be, why would a public owner, a private owner or a public building operator in the region of Western Balkans engage in this activity, engage in energy efficiency and make a financing decision? I will leave my panelists for a second to think on this opinion, while I announce also that we have a poll running, and I will ask you all to vote for several questions. I think you'll see them soon on the screen. It's a small poll that will serve us well for later, seeing what the pulse of the auditorium is. So why would they engage? What are the prerequisites for successful energy renovation projects in the region? You know, we know in Serbia and Bosnia we've seen some examples, but what is it from a financial perspective that makes it or breaks it, this decision to start with? I'll probably start first with the representatives of the banks, and then we'll slowly move on to various barriers. And perhaps we can start from this end of the panel. Bojan Bogdanovic is the representative of EIB, the Principal Energy Efficiency and Green Building in the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, with over 22 years of experience in energy and energy efficiency sectors. And prior to that, he has worked in the public sector in Serbia, which brings a vast experience, and I think is the right address to start this. Why would they engage in energy efficiency project? You can start from the public sector if you like. Yes.
I can shout, yeah, okay. So, Žarko, thank you. A very good question. And the answer to this question now is significantly different than a few years ago. We all know why. Energy crisis changed everything. And we need to recalculate everything. We need to once again take a look at all barriers and think once again about the programs we formed. And we need to take this look, as you mentioned, specifically. So barriers are different for residential sector, but within the residential sector, barriers are different between single-family and multi-family buildings. We could say that multi-family buildings sectors is definitely the most challenging one to tackle, and results in these sectors in previous period were, let's say, the lowest, we can see. For public sectors, if we take a look at these barriers, refurbishment of public buildings and commercial buildings is technologically complex and financially more demanding. So payback periods for the public sector buildings are usually longer than for residential buildings. However, on the other side, residential sector, especially multifamily building residential sector, it is technically and technologically, it's not a challenge to refurbish the building. Payback periods are not so long as for public, but organizationally, and to prepare a financial concept and organize is another challenge. So answer to your question means that we need actually to provide at least 5 answers. So with the public building sector, as mentioned, probably the challenge would be that they demand payback periods are slightly longer than in other projects. And so some systems that will help public sector decrease payback period to the level that would be acceptable is. So what, as mentioned, in these new circumstances, I think that we are all aware that in this energy crisis situation, environment for energy efficiency is absolutely more positive than it was. Prices of works and material were rising for some time, but they stabilized lately. But energy prices are increasing, and we will not be able to determine what will happen with the energy prices. Of course, raising of interest rates is not helping. So to summarize, we need to provide totally different solution for each of these subsectors. And I'm sure that EBRD, but also other panelists, can give a very nice example of how to focus on each subsector and how to create a customized solution for each subsector. And EBRD is very active in multifamily building sector, so maybe I can later during the panel maybe put more light on that part, because we think it was not in focus enough.
Absolutely, very useful, and thank you for this contribution. Dr. Karel Kronenberg is a senior technical advisor climate change in the Council of Europe Development Bank, a social bank, and a green, and also a bank which provides financing in the climate sphere. It's financing energy reconstruction of public buildings in Serbia, and he has held various posts and was responsible also for the climate roadmap, a particular focus on social and climate nexus and Paris alignment of bank's activities. And we're looking forward to hearing from you with your expertise in engineering also, and with your experience in participating in the EU Technical Expert Group on Sustainable Finance, the one that has contributed to drafting of the taxonomy of the European for climate mitigation activities. Also both from the public side and from the private side. Why would operators of buildings or the homeowners engage in these activities? Why would they work on energy efficiency in your experience? What would this bring to them, to the energy sector and the social sector? Please.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, also thank you to the UNDP and Germany, the Slovak Republic and Japan for supporting this important symposium. And we should talk a lot about these things, because the importance of the, I would say, renovation wave that is taking place in Europe and is basically also now taking place in the Balkans is hugely important. And it is not only important for the climate, of course, we do everything for the climate. It's also on my name badge that I'm a climate expert. But first of all, like Bojan said, it's also a matter of cost and cost effectiveness and cost saving. So it's more the question, what are the barriers and why is it not happening? And working for a social bank and a social focus, there are many, I would say, I would say the softer or social aspects, apart from the financial aspects, that are important, and often they are combined, and that's why we often talk about in the C about the social climate nexus. It is true what Bojan said. You have to break it down into different types of sectors and different types of categories, and there is a huge difference between, I would say, looking at the public sector and financing public buildings, and we are involved in such a project here in Serbia. However, basically, I would say budget restrictions, limited budgets of governmental organizations is the key bottleneck, and it's very much about how can I would say financial institutions like the CEB and the EBRD and the EIB and also European investment funds, how can they basically target those sectors and those institutions. And that is very much about de-risking. It is very much about making sure that you finance in such a way that the budgets are not going to compete with other budgets. Being a social bank, you talk with a municipality, you talk with the ministry. It's about budget for health, it's about budget for education, it's about budget for energy efficiency. And so it's very much about how can you make sure that the outcomes are helpful for all of these aspects. If you look at the private sector, and then it's exactly what Bojan said, it's very much dependent on if you're talking about family homes, if you talk about multi-apartment buildings, if you talk about people that are renting a house, and of course the rental rates are quite low in the Balkan states. Basically, they are the home ownership is among the highest in the world in this region. But that also has its drawbacks, and one of the drawbacks is there is not really a social housing sector. It's not well developed yet. And basically, one of the things that the CEB does is targeting also social housing sectors. So it's more difficult to target, I would say, home owners that are in a low income, single parents, etc., that have really difficulties to get the end meets, and how to target specific financial products on that. I will later give an example how we work on that, but I think that is one of the challenges and barriers that I would like to highlight here.
Excellent. Both you and Bojan have already stressed the barriers as part of the discussion on the decision by either the operators or the owners of the building in need of renovating. So I'll continue in the same manner and add to my question as to why would they, in terms of what are the greatest barriers that still exist in this region, which are impeding or delaying the adoption of energy efficiency in buildings. What are the engineering, technical, but also financial barriers? And I will continue with Mr. Alessandro Bragonzi from the European Investment Bank, the largest public development bank in the world, I would say. That's not a multilateral bank. All right.
KfW probably has a bigger balance sheet after all.
Great. So Alessandro comes as a regional head of EIB regional representation for the Western Balkans. He has worked in the past on structuring, negotiating, financing, appraising investment project, investment financing, lending to sovereigns, to various commercial banks, and also in project financing. He has worked in the region for a while before assuming this post as a regional head, and is also a person that is probably one of those who we want to see something about also the prerequisites and the barriers in this sector. So please, Alessandro.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Well, first of all, again, I would like to thank UNDP, Germany, Slovakia, and Japan for this invitation. And I would like to continue on the points that were already touched upon by my colleagues. It's always difficult to cover angles or aspects that have not been touched upon by like-minded partners. And so I'll try maybe to combine both the incentives and the barriers in my answer, and I'll try to be succinct in that case. Maybe just leveraging on my personal experience, because in actually my first job in EIB was supporting Jessica. It was an instrument set up at the EU level, Joint European Support for Sustainable Investment City Areas. And one of the key projects that we started off in the European Union was in Lithuania, exactly for rehabilitation and energy efficiency of multi-apartment buildings. It was quite a common and strong demand for rehabilitation of these buildings. And thanks to the use of ERDF, so structural funds, we were able to complete a number of rehabilitation in Lithuania, and we continue after. Just maybe mentioning, I mean, we touch upon the issue of difference between payback period, public versus private, single owner versus multi-apartment. I think going into the really incentives, why would a private owner will need to carry out building renovation, because we are now focusing on building renovation mostly. Energy efficiency, of course, goes beyond just simple building renovations. We have energy efficiency in new building. We have energy efficiency in industrial production and in the commercial buildings. What I wanted to stress is that according to statistics, I mean, Serbia from 2019 has heat consumption, which is 37% higher than the EU27 average. So this is a key data that shows how important, for example, is to invest in this sector to reduce heat consumption and to reduce final energy cost for families. Now, continuing on this, I think one of our key prerequisites is that cannot be an isolated investment. There need to be large-scale programs developed both for homeowners, but also for local government and self-governments. And also, I would like to mention, it's very important for private owners. You probably mentioned later on ESCO, so the availability of energy performance contracting that guarantees savings. And this is a clear requisite because they need to know what can get for sure. You know, they cannot bet on an investment, especially in case of, you know, low-income households. So the presence of guaranteed savings from well-defined standard contracts, for example, with ESCO for energy performance contract is clear prerequisite for me. And last point, and I think on that, EBRD, KfW, also EIB has worked on that. Whenever we work with financial institutions or partner financial institutions, we try to develop simple tools, for example, a website where a person who would like to carry out such kind of investments can check technologies that are eligible and can identify the performance standards that come with those technologies. So let's say it can compare choices. So the problem, most of the time, the problem is also the lack of knowledge, awareness of what kind of technology can be used and the cost of it. We mentioned already, you know, everybody thinks that energy efficiency is very expensive, but energy efficiency starts with minor things that can actually, you know, make a great difference. Now, going very quickly to the barriers, I just want to highlight the fact that, of course, the ability of having a consumption-based bill is an important thing because the investor in energy efficiency needs to understand what is the real consumption and real cost of their heating or energy bill when it comes to their buildings. Barriers is also the fact that, as we were saying, we lack large investment programs run out by at central level and available at the municipal level. I mean, with the energy security, there's been a strong impulse from every side to diversify energy supply. Cannot say that there's been an equal, let's say, publicity and push forward reducing energy consumption, also in terms of measures and planned investment. Of course, another aspect that we need to take into account in terms of barriers, especially when we talk about single owner or residential buildings, is that those investments lack normally collateral, especially if those are carried out by tenants rather than homeowners. So we have experienced this particularly difficult scenario in the European Union. So banks, I mean, typical bank lends money on the basis of a security. But what kind of security? Unless you define energy savings as a security and you're able to quantify this, it's very difficult to create a functioning market. And now, of course, the lack of comparable offers from financial institutions. So I think financial intermediaries need to develop a well and clear market for energy efficiency where residential owners can choose and find their most adequate aspect. And last thing on the barriers, I would like just to point out, although it's quite evident, the presence of a large gray economy is also a barrier, because the moment you want to carry out investments in this, but you do it not on a legal way, you don't get, therefore, tax incentives, you don't get subsidies, that will prevent, the development of these kind of investments. I'll stop here.
Okay, quite a comprehensive list. We'll come back also to the demand side a little bit later more. We will see, we'll try to put ourselves more in the shoes of those borrowing the money and see what makes them tick. But before that, I'll, with the same question, give opportunity to our last participant from the IFIs, Mr. Rudiger Hartmann, director of the KfW office in Belgrade, who has had past 30 years been in the KfW in various meridians of the world with vast experience and energy efficiency in Germany and the Western Balkans as well. So as KfW is helping support energy efficiency refurbishment of public buildings, private buildings, and SMEs, what would you say are the prerequisites and the barriers on both supply and the demand side for energy efficiency?
Yeah, thanks, Žarko, and thanks to the organizers of the conference for the invitation to that panel. Well, of course, a lot of what I could touch upon has already been said. But if you allow me, I would start my answer with adding a real-life story to that wonderful video that you have shown. The real-life story is that some years ago, a thunderstorm, some kind of tornado damaged the house of my neighbor in Germany, the roof and part of the facade. And he had to decide what to do. And he did not only do repair work of the damages, but he decided to completely refurbish in an energetic way his house. That means a new roof with insulation of the facade, new windows, new entrance door, and a heat pump, installing a heat pump. That cost him, I knew that, 10,000 euros. And I asked him, why did you do that? Why did you decide for that major investment? He's not a young guy. And the payback period, he told me, he was very well aware of the fact that at that time, given the energy prices as they were at that time, the payback period, he would not, how do you say, reach that age. So it would be for his children who would inherit the house. But he told me, first of all, there's a clear legislative obligation for me. If I have to do structural repair work at the facade, the German legislation requires that I do an insulation. So, no way out. The second, bit similar to the roof. If I have to renovate the roof, at least in principle, the regulatory framework requires from me, as a house owner, to do an energetic, efficient roof reconstruction, at least following EU directive on energy efficiency. So that's the second point. The third was that he said, okay, at the same time, there are quite significant schemes of support and subsidies, for example, by KfW, very cheap and long-term loans, but also grant funds, subsidies for different kinds of purposes, linked to the level of ambition of the energy efficient refurbishment. So he knew about these promotional schemes and he decided to go for the top, so to say, to receive at least 20 or 30% of grant funding. So and he told me, yeah, I know the payback period is very long, but that's based on the energy prices as they are right now. who knows what happens in future? And he was very wise to see it that way, because some years later, as we know now with the energy crisis, I would assume that the payback period has shortened tremendously for his investment. So what did that tell me when it comes to the question prerequisites or barriers? Well, the prerequisites, I would say, to put it more general, is of course a clear legislative and regulatory framework that to a certain extent even obliges, private and public investors to invest in energy efficiency, and of course it has to be implemented and monitored. That's one thing. The other thing is, at the same time, of course, barrier is quite often financing, as has been mentioned, so you need a subsidy scheme. Be it on the basis of soft loans, be it on the basis of grants, or a combination of both. And once again, it's not that bad to link it to different levels of energy efficiency targets. But it has to be, this scheme has to be known, it has to be accessible, and it has to be more or less simple. Sometimes we are not the best ones in doing it simple, but it has to be that way. And you also have to have a certain awareness, because this neighbor of mine, he was not an academician. He was a normal guy, at that time already retired. But he was aware of the background, he was aware of what it is about, and he was aware of the subsidy scheme that was available. So I would say, and of course, a legislative and regulatory framework has to be based on a clear energy policy strategy, which is put into practice in that sense. So I would say these are core prerequisites, and if you put it the other way around, of course, if some of these core prerequisites are lacking, these are barriers. Be it no clear strategy, be it no, conclusive regulatory framework, no real monitoring, no implementation, lack of awareness, and lack of appropriate financing schemes and subsidy schemes. So maybe that to summarize a bit on a very general level what I see as prerequisites and barriers. We can touch upon that later on, if you want to.
I knew it was a great thing to keep you for the last, because you actually summarize also in a developmental language things that we like to hear when we're speaking about the prerequisites and barriers, especially one turning into another if they're not in place, if prerequisites are not in place, turning into barriers. So we hear now governance issues, social awareness, social accountability, governance following the rules, following the laws that is already in place, and requirements bestowed upon us by the Parliament. Knowledge and information and access to finance are in the core. Let us move now a little bit to the demand side also, and speak also to people to whom I count myself also inside, people who spend money for the good use and the purpose. And we have here Mr. Siniša Rodić and also Peter Dietrich, who come to us from UNDP, my colleague from Bosnia, Climate Change and Mitigation Program Manager with over 25 years of experience in international affairs, climate change mitigation and energy program and project development from Sarajevo. Currently running a large climate change mitigation portfolio in Bosnia and Herzegovina with over 145 million value. I would also like to ask you about the demand side. We've seen a video from Bosnia. What do you see there? In Serbia, we get sometimes feedback from the demand side, from people who would make this financing decision as like, you know, I don't have any more real estate to mortgage to the banks from whom I'm supposed to take this loan. And also, according to all polls that we ran in CESID last year, maybe 6 or 7% of people would be interested in making this financing decision. This is only for the citizens. And even with this 30% subsidy, this percentage rises only marginally. It's still around 10% of people interested in this. And except for kind of increasing the price of energy sky high, what would you say are the prerequisites and barriers from your perspective in making these decisions?
Thank you, Žarko. Well, there are many, but I will name here only a few that I think that are the most important. I will go from simple, that this goes along with what you just said, these percentages that are quite low. It's public awareness. Why? I mean, often we take this awareness as granted because we here that are on this symposium, we do have high awareness on this issue. But I believe that there is a lack of awareness among the citizens about the, not only, I mean, yes, the average citizen knows if he installs a thermal insulation that he will split the consumption of firewood in half. But what is the overall impact? Is this energy efficiency measure that is the crucial one that gives the most benefit? What is the impact of other measures? How much they cost? What is the payback period, etc., etc. So there are many issues, and I think that through public awareness campaign that should be continuous and that should be flexible to accommodate new stories or new challenges that arise or new positive examples to be shared continuously with the citizens, but also with decision makers and people who run these businesses, so that we can make the highest impact we can with the funds available. That would be like the first one. The second one would be, from my opinion, these financial constraints, because again, if we are speaking about Balkan Plus region, more or less we face the same economic standard or ability to invest. And for this region, I think that high upfront costs for energy efficient technologies, equipment or retrofit is another constraint. Even though people that know and are willing to invest, it is a bit difficult for them to do so. So then we come to the second one, this financial limited this access to financing options. Even though some countries do have some lines of financing, even some local communities do have those. We have in the countries energy efficiency funds, etc., etc. Some are structured, some are ad hoc activities, but I think that they are very limited, not structured in a way to appropriately target citizens and make those challenges go away, or at least to reduce the impact of those challenges. And last but not least, I would say lack of...
Before that, Sinisa,
yes.
Can you elaborate on this? But I'm particularly interested in this. They're not structured in a way that the citizens could kind of be really motivated. Why? Why do you think that is?
I would say that, for example, I know there was a case in Bosnia and Herzegovina, one local community, they had a public call for the replacement of boilers, fossil fuel to pellet, which was great at the time. I cannot say, I mean, environmental impact is excellent. But if you speak about energy efficiency impact, we have to take into consideration, is it the smartest idea to replace the boiler while not taking into consideration other energy efficiency measures? Like, for example,
roof.
Actually, first to decrease energy demand, and then you go to a boiler, because by reducing energy demand, you will achieve reduction of pollutants, reduction of CO2, and then once you do that, then you would replace the boiler of appropriate capacity for that energy demand. And then what happened later is that within 2 years, for example, 1 ton of pellet in Bosnia and Herzegovina went from, let's say, 150 to 200 euros per ton to 400 euros per ton. So now the question is, are we going to go back to coal, which is cheap, or remain in this? So that's why I'm saying it's not that structured. Then later we worked with them again, and then we expanded this support to a variety of energy efficiency measures. And then you can, and also combined measures, the more better solution in terms that they combine that reduced demand, then they introduce other technologies like, for example, heat pump. You can more easily adjust the capacities, optimize with the space, etc., etc., etc. So, and that comes to the last answer that I wanted to ask, to mention here, which is lack of expertise among, I mean, we do work with 10, 20, 30, 40 experts within our countries, but countrywide, there is still not enough expertise and skills for people to help them out in order to prioritize energy efficiency measures. So what comes first, what comes second? Not necessarily that they have to do expensive detailed energy audits. It could be a simple walkthrough audit that could just scan the house or apartment building, etc., and do simple prioritization and calculate payback period, and then they could make more knowledgeable decision on how to approach energy efficiency renovation in their home.
Otherwise, we could end up in a squandering of resources if the price of the replaced energy source goes up, like in the case you've mentioned. Yeah. This is very important.
And but it's not that black and gray. Let's go to light gray and some white. There are things that can be done. I mean, we can work on, as I said, awareness raising campaign that should be continuous, financial incentives, structures, subsidies, tax incentives, which is, for example, it would be very simple. For example, in Bosnia, VAT is 17%. Simple decision by reducing VAT to heat pumps from 17 to 7%. That's direct 10% subsidy made by the government. So we are not speaking about rocket science inventions, things like that. Then capacity building trainings that could be held among professionals working on these issues. We don't need hundreds of people skilled to do detailed energy audits, but we can do trainings for professionals like civil engineers, architects, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers to do a simple walkthrough audits that can help either governments or citizens to make these firm decisions. So there are many barriers, but also most of them can be overcome in a rather simple way.
Excellent, thank you. And our last presentation of a panelist today is from Mr. Peter Dietrich, who is the Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Slovak Investment Holding. The Slovak experience is very important in the Western Balkans, especially in light of the efforts made by the government to promote. And I would, you know, from your experience as the implementation of European and structural investment funds and also support to Slovak economy, you've held some high-level posts in your career in the top management position in banks and leasing companies. From basically making these financing decisions. I have a separate question for you for innovation. But before I ask that, if I could also ask you to contribute with this discussion on prerequisites and barriers from the Slovak experience. You've advanced much more on this path than countries in the region. Your experience is probably closer to the region than, for instance, experience from Germany, which Rüdiger has shared. What could you
I would, dobar dan svima. I would say so that certainly our experience is slightly closer to the region than of my distinguished colleagues from the West. We came from the immense change after 89 and the 90s, and we have similar experiences. When speaking about barriers, my colleagues mentioned quite a few, and I don't want to repeat that. I would stress what was meant as a last one, which is technology awareness. Here I would say that the awareness is not sufficient not only among citizens, but it's insufficient also on a public level. the larger cities or regions, they do have their experts in energy efficiency, but the smaller towns and so on really need support, because otherwise they can do some fairly simple measures, but they cannot see, they don't have holistic approach to see really combination of different types of measures and how they can work together. So I would very much support the idea of building up technology capacity in our countries, and some sort of public support of sharing this knowledge with both citizens and both public spheres on municipal and regional level. The second barrier, and now here I might shock you a little, is, in my opinion, too much grant. In Slovakia, in some cases, we can finance, or the public sector, municipalities and regions, can finance these measures up to 95% by grant. The result is that there is a limited amount of grant, but every municipality, every mayor is waiting in the hope that he will be the chosen who will get the 95%. And nothing happens for 3 or 4 years until all the grants are given, and then the mayors realize that, okay, now I have to look for another solution. So I would say that a reasonable level of grant is, of course, necessary, because especially deep renovation requires a certain amount of grant to be still reasonable, but I would speak about 30 or 40%, but certainly not 95. Another obstacle which I see, but at the same time it's also an opportunity, is attracting private money to this. And that's what we try to do in our work. For the time being, we have a financial instrument where we provide direct financing to EPC companies, ESCO companies, providers of energy performance contracts. And we are strong believers in energy performance contracts, because it's basically the income or the difference between the prices you pay, which helps you to repay the loan. And at the same time, there is high level of expertise, technological expertise in the EPC or in the ESCO companies, which can come with the best solution. So we are now financing them, but at the same time, because not everybody wants to use EPC contracts, we also provide direct financing to municipalities and regions. In this our money, we manage now around 1.3 billion euro, which will become 2 billion euro as of this year, because there is a new programming period of the European Union. And part of that money will be used by us in a program where we will extend guarantees to banks. This helps to overcome the obstacle of collateral for the banks, or at least to a very high extent. This will enable the banks to provide long-term financing, and we will combine it with grants. And the grants will go 2 ways. One will be for technical assistance, and the other will be partial repayment of the loan. So this would also enable the borrowers to go into deep renovation. And that's 2 things which are slightly different from what was already said. So I really don't want to repeat my other colleagues.
Excellent, but I would want to learn a little bit more about it. And before we start the second round, of course, the experience and knowledge exchange is necessary, and I think also the example from Bosnia speaks to the same point. You know, what do we need to do? What is the best value for the money we invest in energy efficiency? If you could expand on an issue which is, I believe, particularly important for the Western Balkans, which is collateral. And how do you manage and structure this collateral that it basically enables, according to our information, the bulk of the decision to invest in both private or the public lies in this sphere. How do you structure this?
Okay. Quite honestly, I don't know the banking situation in Western Balkans too well, but in Slovakia we've overbanked. We've got 30 banks for a very small country, and they all cash rich. They don't have really financing issues. They don't need refinancing. What they really need is to manage their risks. And there we extend so-called portfolio guarantees, where we provide a guarantee to the bank up to 80% of each individual contract. However, this is limited to certain part of the portfolio. So if they provide loans of 100 million euro, each of the loan will be guaranteed to 80%. They provide a million loan, it's not repaid, we pay them 800,000. But this is limited to 20% of that portfolio. Mm-hmm. So if the whole portfolio is 100 million, we will pay them 80% of one loan, 80% of second loan, 80% of third loan, up to 20 million euro. And usually this is enough collateral. They also take another collateral.
And people take the money in these situations.
I must say that we don't have much experience with private individuals. Mm-hmm. This is a program which goes for both public sector, municipalities, and regions, and on the other hand for companies, for enterprises. And once again, forgive my ignorance, but as to public buildings or as to private flats, we only have experience with the blocks of flats, not individual houses. And there the situation is so that almost all flats in the blocks in Slovakia are owned by the people. Immediately after 1990, the government sold all the flats to their tenants. And now they have so-called associations, and the banks are very happy to lend to them because the rules are so that if one of the tenants doesn't pay, the rest has to pay for them, and then they settle down in between. So this is a sector the banks love, and they go there without much hesitation. But we don't have special programs for private houses, so I cannot share any experience really.
I see. So this is also a business model for demonstrated improved returns. I would just, yes, this is important experience for the region, I would say, in making the structure of the financing work. And innovation is not about technology; it's also about the new and innovative financing models in a particular context. What would the Western Balkans, in your experience, and now I'm going back to the colleagues from the banks, what would the Western Balkan situation and experience require in this innovative in the financing models that could provide the lending for energy efficiency, both in the public and in the private sector? And I'll come to ESCO a little bit later with questions on it. But what would you say also from the Slovak experience would be required in Bojan? You can maybe start from the Serbian example, and then we can also move to the region.
Thank you. So I would actually pick up where Mr. Bragonzi mentioned consumption-based billing. and also Mr. Dietrich mentioned that they have a success in multifamily buildings in Slovakia. It is very probably because consumption-based billing is already implemented. So in Western Balkans, we have 96 district heating systems, and 78 of them still bill residential in accordance to lump sum billing. So this is a major barrier because it doesn't only demotivates tenants to do anything, to save on a daily basis. It also totally demotivates them to invest in anything. So this usual way of regulation of thermal comfort in this building is opening the window. So, and now we have this chicken and egg problem, how to help these buildings. So we from EBRD started to try to solve this problem with, and we have piloted this in city of Shabac, and we have designed what we like to call public ESCO. Mm-hmm. So it's not a classic ESCO, but has some aspects of ESCO. ESCO means that the public, meaning EBRD, city, district heating company, or the company that is in charge for maintenance of the buildings, are actually ESCO because they provide the service of designing, contracting the works, implementing the works, so it is a turnkey service for the tenants. And then this is the way to overcome several barriers that are part of this chicken egg problem. Tenants are usually don't have the capacity to hire energy audits, hire engineers, also to provide collateral as mentioned. So several of these barriers are mitigated by this concept that government or city or EBRD is actually organizing all the works. And there is a scheme how to pay back how the tenants can then pay back a part of their savings to repay the part that is not covered by grants and covered below. Why is this so important? We heard several times during yesterday and also today, we need ESCO, we need private involvement. But before we transfer this more than 30 million square meters just in Serbia to consumption-based billing, this sector is totally closed for any private involvement. So to have anything that will be privately driven, we need to transfer to consumption-based billing. And why this didn't happen?
Close to private involvement, how?
Even ESCO.
Okay.
So in this moment, if ESCO wants to approach or standard refurbishment of the building that, I will give you a very concrete example. So in most of the buildings, what the tenants pay is 140 or 130 kilowatt hour per square meter. This is how lump sum, everybody pays this average. So if you have a building that consumes 200 per square meter, and you want to invest in energy efficiency measures, and you decrease from 200 to 90, spend a lot of money, you will save more to the district heating company than to yourself. So you have only 40 kilowatt hour per square meter margin that is actually your savings, and then payback period goes over 20 years. So the only way is to introduce consumption-based billing, and after that, the market is open for ESCO, for private, for commercial banks. It will happen. So, but why didn't this happen? So that's a question. It is because of the 15% of the buildings that has this consumption that is higher than, for instance, 150. So it averages in almost every city that 15% of the buildings have such a high consumption that if you just convert them to consumption-based billing, they will have a problem. Their bills will go up at 70, 80, sometimes even 100% up. They will disconnect. They will start using polluting fuels, and they will they will be jeopardized. We will have more jeopardized energy consumers, and the energy poverty will raise. So what we realized is the order of events should be like this. We should use public ESCO to refurbish these 15%. Of course, all of these buildings then are automatically converted to consumption-based building. And then the rest of the buildings, they can very easily be converted because their consumption will stay very similar or be lower. So again, why didn't this happen? Because in order to keep the same or similar level of bills for this, you need between 40 and even 50% of grant. Not 95, of course, that's really not necessary, but with 40 to 50. So as a result of all of this, government of Serbia and Ministry of Energy recognized this as a priority, and of course, international IFIs and donor community in Serbia, we coordinate our work. We try not to overlap. So between us, it was agreed that EBRD should focus on multifamily buildings connected to district heating system. So then we agreed with the ministry. For instance, we are also exploring this in Pristina, in Sarajevo, but in Serbia, we are already agreed, and we have 50 million euro in budget of Republic of Serbia. We will secure grants from EU and hopefully SECO. And we will start with we already have 20 cities that applied to join the project, and very soon we will start with public calls for the residential buildings. Of course, buildings with the highest consumption will have a highest priority. So we really hope that this first phase of what we call public ESCO is a very practical way to start working on implementation of consumption-based billing. And when we open this market of, as mentioned, more than 30 million square meters just in Serbia, and slightly less in other Western Balkans countries, this market will be open for other ways and also to. So this is why we see this as a priority, because this is the area that all of us, and government and IFIs and donor community, we didn't have so much success as we had in public buildings and in other sectors.
Excellent. Which begs the question, ESCO in public utility companies, for the individual, for the multi-apartment buildings, new thing, groundbreaking. You've touched upon the issue of concessionality, which is one of the questions that I have. We have the example from Slovakia of over 95%, you said, Peter, yeah, of grant financing.
In some cases.
In some cases, yes. Bojan is coming up with a need for at least 15%, the way I understand. What are your other what are the other numbers? What do you think? What would be the appropriate from your experience? And can you have an educated guess? I'm not looking to quote you on this, but an educated guess of the level and amount of concessionality in the context of the Western Balkan region that would be appropriate and that would generate this interest and demand for financing to invest in energy efficiency. And this is kind of open question for any participant in the panel to come up with. Karel, please.
Yeah, because I'm a bit triggered by the question, and into a certain kind, I don't like the question, and that has a bit to do with the remark of Peter Dietrich on we get sometimes into a situation that are too much grants. What we encountered, we are basically a social bank, so we look specifically at vulnerable groups. We look specifically at those that are in high need of it. And what you see in a lot of grant schemes, that they are basically, we're talking here about the transition in the end. And you can ask yourself, to what extent is the transition? Is it just? And I have specific experience in the Baltic states. Basically, where you see is that grants and subsidies, etc., are specifically taken up by people that are not in the highest need of it. It's also the question about the, even if you have 30% of the subsidies, people are not taking it up, but it's a reason why certain people are picking it up. But there are normally people that are in higher income levels, and they're basically benefiting more from I would say, governmental funding and other funding than the most vulnerable groups. So if you talk about concessionality, you really have to also to look at what is the group that you're targeting and what is the type of project. And I even would like to go that far, and that is very much also pointing to your issue about the involvement of the private sector, because many projects, they do have, I would say, a lot of financial benefits. They increase the comfort in the housing, you save on energy costs, especially nowadays the savings are quite substantial. They increase the value of the property. So there are many incentives from a financial point of view. But one of the barriers is also indeed that I would say commercial banks and commercial institutions are not stepping in. And that has partly to do also with the regulation that is in place. And you mentioned, for instance, also the homeowner associations and multi-apartment buildings. You see in different countries, it's very different in success. And there has been quite a good American study, for instance, that showed that in the Slovak Republic, homeowner associations and the rules are in such a way that commercial institutions and commercial banks are willing to give to finance. And on the other hand, let's have a discussion. While in other countries where I would say the regulations for homeowner associations are less clear, or it's less clear how to deal with collaterals, or the things are not being picked up. But coming back to your question about how much concessionality, well, that depends very much on the specific group that you target. So are you targeting homeowner associations? Are you targeting individual family homes? Are you targeting people that are on a low income? Are you targeting public buildings? And in public buildings, I think we get into a different situation. It's not so much about concessionality. It is more about de-risking and about how to also get the private sector into it and make it, I would say, better investable. And that is really tailor-made, the amount of concessionality that you need there.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is this: that we've sort of proven for a number of years in Serbia that from the polls that even the 30% grant financing, 30% subsidy would still not do the magic trick and would not be a kind of magic wand to persuade people to insulate roofs and walls. Switching boilers is a little bit different because it has a direct kind of financial consequence for people who are kind of using all kinds of different energy sources. So this is why I'm kind of trying to challenge on the amount of concessionality that you think or feel would be important. But Peter, you wanted to make a point about this.
Yes, because I was speaking about the experience of our institution. But I think to give you a full picture, I also need to say that the multi-apartment housing is very strongly supported by government. There is an institution which is called, in translation, State Housing Development Fund, which is funded by the state budget, and they provide concessional loans to these flat owners associations. In some cases, if the energy saving reaches certain level, they can have the loan with 0 interest rate and long repayment period. So there is also a very strong state involvement in this. In some cases, they also provided finance for technical assistance, and we fortunately far further than what was mentioned. The renovation usually comprises also intelligent metering systems and intelligent controlling of your heating, etc., which means that the individual flat owners don't pay a lump sum, but they really pay according to their real consumption.
Okay. this is additional layer that we need to be taken into account in any context, I would say, and especially relevant for the region. Siniša, I'm going to come back to you in a second on a similar question. I'm still kind of keeping the floor open, and I have Rudiger first, and then by, hand raising.
Yeah, to get back to your question on the level of grants, as has been said by my colleagues, I mean, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. As Carl said, it depends on the target group that you want to reach, the ambition level that you're asking for when it comes to investments. And let's be honest and let's face it, as an international financing institution, it depends also on the availability of grant funding. Yeah? I mean, we have to convince our government to provide us with grant funds if we want to, combine our main financial instrument, which is interest-subsidized loan, very concessional loans, up to 15 years of maturity and very favorable interest rate. But if we want to combine it with grant funds, we either need grant funds from the German government, which are, of course, limited in the amount, and also the European Union. And you know that we are very important, the EU is for us a very important implementation partner. So that's one thing. So no one size fits all. The other thing I have to say is, as KfW, we are focusing on the public sector when it comes to energy efficiency and to SMEs. We do not have major programs when it comes to residential households, when it comes to multi-story buildings and so on. So I cannot talk about that part of the target group. But what I can say is, first of all, yes, all of these programs that we promote here in Serbia and in the region normally come with a certain grant element. Yeah? Of course, never 95%, because we would not even have the amount of funding required for that. And not only, and I would say that is important and has been mentioned, not only for investment grants for the end user, so to say, for the investor, but also technical assistance. For example, nowadays, of course, we cooperate with commercial banks when it comes to SME, and they have developed their business model further. They have greened their portfolio, but we have been cooperating with them now since 15 years. And at least at the beginning, well, until recently, it was also in that area, it was important to provide grant funds for technical assistance, not only for the clients in the end, yeah, like energy advice or something like that, but also for the banks to build up capacities and to define policies and strategies when it comes to promoting green, so to say, areas like energy efficiency. That was very important from the beginning, but of course, the other important element was grant funds for investment grants. And I can only tell you, on an average, when it comes to SME financing, normally we have available 10 to 15% of grant funding. But once again, in some programs we would like to have more grant funds, in others we do need less. But it's also a matter of availability when it comes to the public sector. Of course, our borrower always is the state, yeah, the Ministry of Finance normally. And as I mentioned, the loans themselves are very concessional. But also there, we always combine grant funds for technical assistance, also for capacity enhancement. That's also an issue when it comes to the public sector. The ministries, the municipalities and other institutions, they also have a need for capacity building, for capacity enhancement, and we try to a limited extent to support that as well. So this combination of very soft loans, of investment grants, of technical assistance grants, and even in some programs, capacity enhancement for the public sector, I think that's the mixture that we offer.
That's exactly our experience in UNDP, and I would guess that the same situation is in other countries where UNDP works. Alessandro, you wanted to make a point.
Yeah, yes, just very briefly, three points on, first on the level of subsidies, grants, whatever you want to call it. Just wanted to bring the example, a controversial example of what happened in Italy. Maybe you were aware, but until very recently, there was a measure that allowed reimbursement up to 110% of investment in house renovation, which led to a rush into this. And this is, for some, has been a success because it led to a number of investments in the stocks of building, which was, of course, positive. On the other hand, you had also a negative effect, which has been, first of all, that you created an overcrowded market, so you didn't have enough companies able to carry out the work. So what happened is that there were not sufficient supply of workers to carry out these things. Price of materials and components skyrocketed, and kind of happened more or less the same situation as was mentioned for Slovakia. With such a high level, there was a long queue of people waiting to get this. And those who managed to receive it, of course, were very happy. But those who were waiting on the line ended up, by the time that there was no money left, and basically no measures were carried out. Whereas if you probably had a lower level, you may have had a more level playing field in terms of implementation. Maybe just quickly on the type of financial instruments. We have mentioned the portfolio guarantee in Slovakia. We have very similar cases across EU. Of course, there are other examples beyond the portfolio guarantee. You had in the past interest rate subsidies. You had capital rebates. I think the model of intervention very much also depend on the market conditions. Nowadays, for example, interest rate subsidies could come back as a very interesting product because of the rising of the interest rates. However, 2 or 3 years ago, when rates were very low, capital rebates were considered a much more interesting way of receiving subsidies because, of course, it reduced the payback and impacts this kind of analysis. And again, the portfolio guarantee has been a very successful instrument when, as colleague was saying in Slovakia better, banks were cash rich, so they had to choose where to invest the money. And they have plenty of possibilities. So what we're very interested in was to lower the risk, and that comes the portfolio guarantee. Now, there is not so much money available, so maybe other instruments need to again to be thought about to reshape the market considering the circumstances. And I'll stop here.
Very valuable points on the interest rates, on the various support schemes, and avoiding over subsidizing some things for various reasons. Of course, the Western Balkans, we're not there, and we don't have the problem. We still have, I think, the problem of generating this interest among the homeowners, but also in the public buildings. And just as a small announcement, maybe is appropriate now to have a small break from the panelists. We've published a call for the public buildings in Serbia for ESCO models. We've published it this week. And we are looking, UNDP Serbia, this is the part of our efforts on the green agenda for the Western Balkans. We are looking into buildings publicly owned or operated to express their interest in ESCO models in the future, to reduce the consumption, to have a private partner basically financing its renovation from the savings. We're really hoping to kind of kickstart and generate. We don't have this in Serbia for now. Public ESCO models in Serbia for public is mainly in the area of street lighting, and we are trying to generate this interest and to maybe generate the market for it and break new ground in this sphere. Colleagues. One quick round of question, if you would like to make a comment on ESCOs in public buildings, on the prospects, on the past experiences in other countries. I know we're facing an uphill battle, that's for sure, especially in the context of the Western Balkans and Serbia. Sinisha, I would also challenge you to contribute on the previous points that the speakers made and on the ESCO in Serbia, and I would ask also the audience to perhaps prepare your points and questions for our distinguished panelists in a short while. So please, Sinisha.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for this very nice interactive panel discussion, because I think that we are mostly referring to each other and building upon what we said, rather than just to have be having an isolated discussion. So I want to just base on this, if you allow me, because ESCO is one of the financial models. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, just recently we successfully completely implemented several ESCO projects, even in public sector buildings and public lighting. But I would say that, again, referring to what we have heard here on this panel, that before selecting a financial model for implementing energy efficiency measures, I think that we first have to learn what is the baseline within our countries. A colleague from Slovakia said that 95%, in some cases 95% is grant, which is bad. It is. Sometimes it's good. ESCO, where, how, when? What about loans? Various international banks that are providing quite attractive loans with low interest rates. There are commercial banks. I would like to share with you one experience that what we accomplished in Bosnia and Herzegovina through this implementation of GCF project, which is National Investment Framework. I think yesterday we learned from Maja Matej that we still do not know, you in Serbia, what is the exact number of public buildings. In Bosnia we reached to a number that there is 7,000 plus. So what is the state of these buildings? How do we finance energy efficiency renovation in those buildings? We are speaking about billions of dollars necessary. There is no public budget, nor grants, nor loans that are sufficient enough on its own to cover this. So we came up with the idea to basically split those buildings into several categories, which are then assigned to different financial models. For example, in the past, we've been doing the renovation by grant funding renovation of buildings that have a short, simple payback period, 2, 3, 4 years, which is great. You are building awareness, you're doing this, you're showing example of how investment into energy efficiency is attractive, beneficial, financial savings, etc., etc., etc. But then what you're doing, you're killing the market for ESCO, you're killing the market for loans. Even commercial loans are suitable enough for these short payback time buildings. And then you have this somewhere in the middle. Let's say these are from up to 5 years of payback period. Then from 5 to 10, you have a different category. For that category, you can mix in a certain percentage grant funding, which can come from various international organizations or public budgets, and then the rest goes from other sources of funding. It can also be matched with ESCO, or it can be loans. And then you have buildings that are 10 plus or 15 plus payback period. These have to go through loans entirely, because these are not attractive to any other types of financial mechanisms. So basically, I think that prerequisite is here that we learn what is our baseline, that we split these into categories, and then we would be able to link basically the certain types of buildings and the number of buildings. Then you know what you have, how many of these you have, and then you link them to a custom-made financial mechanism. And then we can, I mean, this what we are doing now in the country is good. It's providing good, great impact. But in parallel, I think that this is something that should be used. There is one great example that we are now doing in partnership. Actually, we did one part with EBRD in Tuzla Canton in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We did an energy efficiency program of all public buildings that are under jurisdiction of cantonal government. There are 420 buildings. So once we did that, it was on a basis of a walkthrough audit. And then we realized what is the actual consumption, what is the state of energy efficiency, what are the necessary funds for improvement of energy efficiency measures, what are the measures, what is the payback period, what is the internal rate of return, etc., etc. So we were able to then classify these buildings into categories that are eligible for loan funding. And then they approached EBRD. EBRD accepted. Now it's in a final stage of doing this. So basically, out of these 400-something buildings, 200 are selected for loan. Certain number of buildings will be selected for ESCO models, and the rest will be selected for grant funding mechanisms. So those are the ones that cannot be funded through other types of mechanisms. And those that are with, basically falls within this loan, basically the loan are serviced by savings entirely. Plus, there is additional savings for the ministry that can reuse these funds either for the same, similar, or other priorities in the country. So the message here is, rather than speaking about this, there are many financial models available, but I think that should be targeted. We should know, we from the countries, how to basically do the analysis, do the survey, and basically make a pool of buildings that are basically then directed to those specific funding mechanisms.
Absolutely important point on classification, and if I may add from survey experience also the heritage buildings, those that are under certain level of protection are in a special need for grant financing and concessional lending in order to preserve the heritage status. So this has been our experience and something definitely that we need to continue looking at. Other points on ESCO in public buildings before I open the floor for the audience. Alessandro, please.
Maybe just to mention, as we are talking about public buildings, importance of clarity on the public procurement procedures. And again, I mentioned the fact that standardized legal agreements with ESCO will facilitate choice of public institution to select ESCO. So not to have an easier way for them to select it amongst different offers is very relevant in the context of the ESCO market. And also, of course, easy accessibility to the disbursement of funds is also important in this kind of intervention.
Thank you.
Maybe one remark, which may not be that important at this moment, but according to Eurostat, the European Statistics Office, ESCO agreements are not counted in the indebtedness of public sector, which I am very proud is a change which Eurostat did start thinking of during the Slovak presidency after a long discussion with one of senior directors of Eurostat at the canteen of the Slovak Ministry of Finance. And eventually this was adapted for the whole European Union. So now if a city or a region signs an ESCO contract with EPC provider, it doesn't count into its indebtedness. And this will, of course, apply to countries of Western Balkans once they join the EU. So this is another point to be taken into consideration when considering ESCO. But I think your approach is excellent because, of course, not every building can have the same solution, and we have to look at which requires grant, like the historic buildings, and which can go through ESCO, etc., etc.
Excellent point. And I'm sure that the ministries of finance of the Western Balkan countries will like to hear this very, very much. So I'm opening now the floor for the audience. And I see already some hands up, please. And please, colleagues.
Good morning. I'm from UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. Besides what we discussed yesterday as technical means, digitalization, smart metering, yesterday in panel discussion, I would like to put more focus on this financial part. We as UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center are as global ESCO network. So maybe beside and going beyond ESCO models, I would like to ask you about During dissemination and attractiveness of this investment, have you ever discussed with residents and public sector the weighted average cost of capital during buildings reconstruction? Because you're presenting only savings, that after installation, the property value increases. So final consumer benefit not only just from energy savings, but also from capital cost increase. And also to ask more about sustainable finances, green bonds role in this financial models. Thank you.
Do you address your question anyone specific or to the panel? Okay. So shall we take more questions, please?
Does it work? Okay. My name is Alexei. I'm coming from Energy Center Bratislava, which actually presided over the ESCO Association in Brussels during this important Eurostat regulation about ESCO financing not being treated as public debt. But I think I would like to add 3 important building blocks to the issues that discussed here. Karl mentioned a very important issue which was not elaborated, but it's the keystone here, which is legislation of homeowners associations. Before some of the European countries, Eastern European countries joined the European Union, like Hungary, for example, only joined in 2004, they already had a very active ESCO market in residential buildings. Why? Because their legislation was even better than the one in Slovakia. Because homeowners could take decisions to renovate the buildings in order to improve their energy efficiency with a simple majority, 51% of votes, relative to, let's say, 2/3 or 3/4, as in some Baltic states, which failed miserably in terms of the rate of renovation. So besides, those who would reject paying would not, the burden of repayment of these loans would not fall on the cash flow of, or rather cash outflows of the other owners, because the debt of the non-payers would simply be a lien on their property. So whoever buys their apartment later, I'm talking about non-payers, would inherit the debt, which is great because we know how the building blocks have been settled in the occupation time. Let's call things what they were. People of different incomes live together. Some people simply cannot afford what, and it was mentioned here, that some of the subsidies benefit people with high incomes, while people with lower incomes cannot afford even a little bit of an increase in their bill payments. So that issue was solved. This legislation isn't, it doesn't exist still in Serbia and even in many European countries like in the Baltics. If that legislation was adopted in Serbia, then several issues would be solved. Collateral. There's no issue of collateral if any debt becomes a lien and it's registered in the public roster of mortgages. So that's one
sorry,
thing.
I need to, if you can formulate the question for the panelists. Yeah.
I think Serbia needs assistance from the financial institutions in terms of developing legislation for Serbia and pushing for it. Without this piece, developing ESCOs in the residential sector will be impossible. Another important lesson from Hungary, for example, is meter-based financing. So heat supply companies were able to install, using their funds, weather-regulated heat delivery stations in the basements of the buildings, knowing that all the savings that they will get, they will be legally benefiting, while in Serbia this legislation doesn't exist.
Thank you. Thank you for the point.
So legislation is important.
Yeah. Let's take these two first questions until other comes or comments, and then Bojan, please.
Maybe to start with this question. Actually, Serbia is halfway to a very good position, even more than halfway. With the new residential law adopted in 2017, things improved, and we have ministry representative here that can help, that can correct me if I'm mistaken in any position. So, residential law is actually opened the door for what we were actually mentioning. First, it helped that energy efficiency became a priority, national priority, so the government or public funds can be invested in energy efficiency, so it enabled grants, but also decision-making process. Of course, it's not 100% finished process, but decision-making process is within the House Owners Association is fairly advanced, because for the most of the investment decision you need 51%. Of course, there is a lot of things to do more, but it's not a barrier that is a deal breaker in this moment. So we can do things. We have another example from Bosnia and Herzegovina. In federation, you still need to have 100%, and Siniša can definitely tell us more about that. But we have some good moves. My understanding is the Sarajevo canton is working on decreasing to percentage of within the House Owners Association, percentage voting for the investment will be decreased to 51. So I fully agree that this is absolutely necessary to be improved. Also, in Serbia, the system for debt collection works pretty good. We can see that because the bill collection ratio from the utilities in Serbia goes over 90%, sometimes even 95%. So district heating companies, for instance, have a very high collection rate. This doesn't mean that the regulatory framework doesn't need to be improved. Of course, it needs to be improved, but I think it should be maybe even more improved in Bosnia and Herzegovina now.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Other comments, Karel, please?
Yeah, I just want to come back to the first question. As you mentioned, green bonds. Just for your information, multilateral development banks like the CEB, the EBRD, and the EIB, they're issuing green bonds. We do that on a very regular basis. And I would say building renovation activities, as long as they, I would say, achieve improvements in line with the EU taxonomy, they are part of our green bond issuance. And that has certain advantages for MDBs, because it will increase their access to capital markets, to different types of clients, different types of investors. So this is one of the reasons that MDBs do it. Another reason is also, it's part of the, I would say, the green credentials of organizations like this. So indeed, yes, there is a driver also for green bonds. Unfortunately, if you look at, I would say, smaller banks, local banks, they do not have the capacity at the moment to work on that. So this is also a matter of regulation. And also coming back to your question, I also, thank you for referring to that. It's also very much in line with my experience in the Baltic states, why it doesn't work. In general, regulation is super important. We're talking a lot about concessional funding, etc. But in the end, if we are involved very much also in public buildings, we also are working on a project here in Serbia. Well, the key driver of those investments is not, I would say, the availability of funding. A key driver is just regulation. It is just policy that is in place. It is just the EU that is driving this innovation wave, willing to double the amount of renovations in the EU, and it is now also spilling over to the outside the EU. And I would say the related regulation that comes to it, also the achievement of the, I would say, climate objectives, it is super important to do this work. So that is a key driver from governments also to focus on this. And of course, how to fund that, that's then the secondary question. But the first question is very much also this climate driver.
key driver is policy and climate driver. That's a very important takeaway for somebody coming from UNDP for this panel. Other questions or comments, colleagues, please. Raduška.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, actually, from UNDP, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Just basically one remark. Yes, private sector is absolutely needed to lead us through this transition, and beauty of ESCO is actually, you know, that, and public investments are limited. Beauty of ESCO is that actually does not require public investment. And my question mainly for Mr. Bogdanovic, but also for other panelists is, have you analyzed a public sector market in Serbia and in the region that has potential for ESCO investments? And also, have you maybe considered some financial mechanisms, something that will alleviate investment for private sector, like guarantees, forfeiting, maybe even some subsidies for public sector that will do ESCO investments? Thank you.
Excellent. I'm opening for one more, potentially, if there are people interested to contribute. And for those who haven't spoken, please. For those who will have for the panelists an opportunity for a 1-minute intervention at the end with key messages. So, other colleagues.
Just one word that was missed in the whole discussion. It's tariffs. Tariffs have to be high. And poor people have to be subsidized to pay them. But a lot of people can afford, I mean, look at the number of Range Rovers in Belgrade, and look at the number of those in Bulgaria, and even in Hungary, which is the country with the highest, with higher GDP per capita. A lot of people can afford to pay high tariffs, but because of the legislation, they don't. And the thing is, as soon as the consumption in residential buildings starts to fall on a massive scale, utilities, heat utilities owned by cities will be losing money. They will be bleeding, and cities will have to subsidize them. So part of the reason why there is no such drive for energy efficiency in residential buildings, which consume a lot of heat energy, is that there will now essentially residents are subsidizing inefficiencies on the supply side by inefficiencies in the demand side. So at the same time that buildings are becoming more energy efficient, the supply side should also become more energy efficient. But how should this be done if this will become public debt because they are owned by cities? Well, they have to be unbundled. That's another thing that didn't kind of sound here. I know it's kind of libertarian, but this has to be thought about.
Thank you for the points. And if you can pick up also on Raduška's point before, and then I'll ask you to close with the 1 minute, unless there are, of course, other. Oh, right. We have also from the online participants a question from Irina related to the removing financial barriers. What role does UNDP would play with respect to facilitating investments into energy efficiency, given it's not a bank? Interesting question. I'll not abuse the position of a moderator. Maybe Siniša, you can take this one. And then we close, okay? So from Raduška's point and also from the online point before closure, colleagues, if you like.
Maybe to start. Actually, Siniša partly answered the first part of your question. So what we like to do is do these scoping studies. So whenever, and I would take an example of Vojvodina public building project that is under implementation now with 14 million euro for prospectively 80 buildings. We started with a scoping study and we identified 1,600 buildings in Vojvodina. And then we went to shortlisting. And this is, again, what Siniša mentioned. So start with a wider number of a very walkthrough level. Then you narrow down and shortlist. Then you decide how to finance each of those. And then we identified 80 buildings in 20 municipalities that are suitable for EBRD financing directly with the provincial government of Vojvodina. And of course, then we were able to, again, very oftenly mentioned here within the panel, we managed to secure grant funding for project development. So this is very important because this is the project development phase is the most risky for all, even public, but because if you invest in project development and doesn't happen, that's a very reputational risk for the public building. So we tend to finance grant for a project development, and then with the support of EU, we also managed to secure some loans. And that would be answer for the first part of your question.
That was not my question. My question was, have you analyzed public sector market potential, private sector market potential?
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you quite well.
So potential and investment potential of private companies in Serbia and in the region. How many of them are we talking about with investment potential, etc., yeah. And potential alleviations for them, like guarantees, yeah. Like. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, definitely, but
short one, Boyan, please.
Yeah, very short. So yeah. We have REAP, Regional Energy Efficiency Program, that is a part of Western Balkans Investment Framework, and the KfW and EBRD and some other IFIs can use this. We use this to explore potential and capacities. We even created typical contracts, energy performance contracts. So some work was done. But as mentioned, we now, because of this energy crisis, we need to recalculate everything. So it's very recent. So answer is, there were activities, but we need to repeat it, and I fully agree with your question. So now this community should maybe do one more reversal and recalculate everything because of the new certainties totally.
Okay, that's your closure. And Karel, Alessandro, and colleagues, for your closures. Igor, you will take in your closure also the question for UNDP, I hope. Karel, please.
Yeah, I just want to repeat a bit my message that we should really also look at the social impacts of all this, being from a social bank. So let's focus the grants and subsidies, etc., for those people that are most in need, those groups that are most in need. Could also be, I would say, municipalities, for instance. Just a very quick example, we're doing a microfinance project in Bosnia for people that don't have access to commercial banks. And this microfinance is specifically focused for, I would say, for these people to make investment in energy efficiency, like roof installations and window installations. And I think this is really a group that is targeting groups that may otherwise have no, I would say, no means at all to do anything, even with subsidy levels of 50%.
Excellent. And we have the results of the online poll. Does the village, town, city you live in prioritize investments into energy efficiency for its public buildings? Approximately even split with a slight tweak towards yes. And what hinders the investments into energy efficiency in residential buildings in the Balkan Plus region? In the most, access to affordable finance by far tops the selection of potential responses. So, Alessandro, your closing points as well.
Very briefly, because we think we are running out of time, just to stress again, I think that what is needed is a clear legislative regulatory framework to have this, and a more market-based incentive. So we talked about consumption-based bills and tariffs that are key for creating the incentives in the market.
Thank you, Alessandro. Sinisha?
Me? Not to repeat colleagues, I fully agree with them. On the top of that, I would add a clear strategy and action plans by countries. What to do, how to do, and what is required, and time frame and potential sources of funding to achieve the strategy and action plans.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Peter?
Once again, just to add to my colleagues, this area we're talking about today requires immense amounts of funding. So be creative in combining private and public money. Be creative in using public money in a repayable way so that you can use the funds again and again and again. That's my message on top of my colleagues.
Massive amount of funding that will probably as a topic mark the rest of our lives in light of the climate change mitigation needs, yes. Since a lot of 30 to 40%, even more energy comes from this sector consumption, I mean. Yeah. And Rudiger, your...
Yeah, well, just to underline what Bojan said and what I mentioned at the beginning, it has been made clear that besides improving financing schemes and so on and so forth, the legislative regulatory environment is key. And just to add on the positive message, I would say that a lot has been achieved here in Serbia already. The energy law legislation package, law on renewable energy, on energy efficiency, the amendments. Of course, a lot of EU directives have been transposed in Serbian legislation, but that does not mean that's the end of the process. And beside providing, favorable financing instruments, we will continue to support also the policy formulation of the Serbian government together with other partners, like, for example, the World Bank and the AFD, who are not present here, in implementing the legislation package that has been set up. And we're looking forward to that. And what I learned from the panel is really the interesting experience in different countries and different institutions. And certainly we should even intensify the exchange among ourselves, because we can learn from each other.
Excellent. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Special greeting to the online participants at the end, and thanks for staying with us. Financial and financing barriers elaborated. Thank you very much for your attention, and we hope to continue this discussion.
Ja sam imao centralno grijanje na ugalj. I pošto sam u penziji, pa ja sam se o svemu tome to brinuo, a već ulazim u godine kad mi nije baš lako. Tako da kad sam vidio taj poziv UNDP-a, odnosno Ministarstva okoliša TK, i da oni još daju finansijsku to potporu, bez razmišljanja sam odlučio da ugradim sebi toplotnu pumpu. I šta da vam kažem, ja sam vidio da sam napravio pravi potez u životu. Svima bi to preporučio. Ja sam sad gospodin čovjek, ja sam bio tu rudar dok sam se grio na ugalj. Da ne pričamo o tome da smo ekološki osviješteni, da radimo na ekologiji za svoje unučade koji žive ovdje. Ne mogu vam pisati koliko se osjećam slobodniji. Ja odem na 3-4 dana, vratim se, ne mislim, ja u kotlovnicu ne ulazim uopšte. Nije mi to potrebno. Milina. Mene je iznenadilo odnos, naučio sam se sa našom birokratijom da imam problema, veliki i mali. I mene je iznenadilo odnos službenika iz ministarstva s kojim smo radili, stupali u kontakt, kao da nije u našem okolišu. Prijatno su me iznenadili. I tako da nisam imao nikakvih problema. Bili su veoma to ljubazni, uslužni. Dali broj telefona, ako vam šta nije jasno, ne možete, zovite da se dogovorimo, da me prijatno iznenadili. Ja sam već dva mjeseca na grijanju sa toplotnom pumpom u odnosu na ugalj koji sam imao do sada i utvrdio sam da mene mjesečno to košta grijanje 185 maraka, a ja sam se osjećao kao u hotelu, ruke u džepove, uđi, izađi, samo platim to račune. Nisam vjerovao da je ovo na ovakav. Zato bi se htio zahvaliti Ministarstvu prostornog uređenja Tuzlanskog kantona i UNDP-u, jer su mi izašli u susret i ja sam sretan što sam uspio to da uradim.
Novim sistemom grijanja sam jako zadovoljna, s obzirom da nemam više obavezu da ložim, da unosim ugalj i tako dalje. Sad imam više slobodnog vremena, prije škole, umjesto što sam morala da ložim, sad imam vremena da učim i pripremam se za školu.
A da ne govorim o tome da je neuporedivo lakše. Ja jednom sedmično napunim kotao koji je od 150 kila spremnik i to je meni od nedjelje do nedjelje, jednom sedmično čistim peć, onako sam morala svakodnevno, onda, a kako sam žensko, nije baš bilo ni ugodno. Moj muž ne voli da je garaža zaprljana, naš ugalj je bio u vrećama upakovan, onda sam ja morala da dižem te vreće od 30-40 kila, tako da u svakom slučaju meni puno lakše. Uštede su mi veće od ovog grijanja na pelet jer je kuća konstantno zagrijana, nema oscilacija u toplini, ne gubi znači energiju kao što je od uglja bilo. Poziv za dodjelu sredstava po meni je bio jasan, transparentan. Ja sam uspjela svu dokumentaciju prikupiti u relativno kratkom roku. Imala sam sreću da mogu se prijaviti na konkurs jer sam imala sve te potrebne dokumente, papire i par nedoumica koje sam imala. Riješila sam s par telefonskih poziva gdje mi je objašnjeno ako mi nešto nije bilo jasno, tako da što se mene tiče bilo je ok. Na vrijeme sam predala, sredstva su mi legla u roku od par sedmica, dobila sam obavještenje da su sredstva na računu, tako da što se mene tiče bilo je jednostavno. I na kraju bi još da se zahvalim UNDP-u i Ministarstvu za prostorno uređenje i zaštitu okoliša Tuzlanskog kantona na za mene jako uspješnoj saradnji. Hvala još jednom.
Ja sam Merfudin Okanović iz Miričine.
ne propunem ca să facem un management eficient energetic prin reducerea consumului sau optimizarea cheltuielilor la acest capitol. Avem instalate 6 contoare cu ajutorul cărora putem să monitorizăm în timp real consumul de energie electrică, energie termică, apă caldă și apă rece. E evident că facturile în ultima perioadă sunt mai mari ca de obicei în contextul majorării prețurilor la diferite produse energetice și de aceea pentru noi este deosebit de important ca să avem pe lângă un management energetic corect, să avem și un management financiar al instituției eficient.
Acest sistem, dacă este folosit corect, poate să ducă în medie de la 5 la 15% de economie de consumul de resurse. La implementarea proiectului am avut susținerea atât colegilor de la UNDP din Serbia, care au testat acest sistem, deci un mare suport am avut din partea colegilor la primărie, care au vrut să vadă eficacitatea acestui sistem pentru a putea fi replicat.
Mecanismul de monitorizare a consumului de energie urmează să fie extins la nivel național și poate fi utilizat atât pentru sectorul public cât și pentru sectorul privat. Scopul nostru este să reducem consumurile de energie și să oferim maxim suport instituțiilor care sunt interesate în aceasta.
Este panoul de distribuție amplasat la fiecare etaj, unde se acordă punct de racordare pentru fiecare consumator, dotat cu echipament de măsurare pentru energie termică și apometrele care măsoară de cantitatea apă caldă care a fost preparată de punct termic și livrată în apartamentul consumatorului.
We have been for many years supporting the energy efficiency solutions for residential buildings, but also for public buildings. And here we are staying here, demonstrating how the support for energy efficiency in residential building can materialize. These energy efficiency solutions will bring savings to the owners of the apartments.
Locatarii sunt foarte mulțumiți de faptul că au obținut acest proiect. Este un avantaj, o securitate. De asemenea, la fiecare apartament s-a instalat contor la apă caldă și la agentul termic. Fiecare cât o să consume, atât o să achite.
Economia începe însăși faptul de la consumul pe întreg blocul, pentru că rețelele noi sunt mai economice și sunt de o calitate mai înaltă. Facturile pe care noi le examinăm înregistrează economii de la 15 la 30, sunt și 60% economii.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, thank you very much for joining us after lunch. My name is Radoška Cupac. I'm Energy and Environment Sector Leader in UNDP Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I have a pleasure of continuing this symposium with our next panel, which is focused on energy data management, more precisely measuring, monitoring, reporting, verification of energy consumptions. We all know what cannot be measured actually cannot be improved. exactly the same thing applies for energy consumptions. If we do not measure, if we do not monitor, we don't know where the gaps are, we don't know how to improve ourselves, and maybe the most important thing, we don't know how to show our progress. This issue of data is highly underestimated. Data gaps in our region is huge. You know, we don't know number of public buildings, let alone, you know, all other necessary data which help us to bring educated decisions based on that. And before we deep dive into this topic, into this discussion, let me introduce my distinguished guests. Let me start with two dear ladies. The first one is joining us online. It's Ms. Ines Jacob, who is working in International Renewable Energy Agency, and she is actually focusing on delivering targeted advice to countries on development and implementation of ambitious climate pledges. Needless to say that that is extremely difficult. We all know how our countries have difficulties with establishing, you know, climate pledges and then, you know, implementing and then monitoring it. She is also working on development of tools and reports on topic of renewable energy technologies. Our other dear lady is Ms. Irina Apostol. Irina is working for Green City Lab Moldova. Green City Lab is an NGO, and we are really happy to have a member of NGO, representative of NGO in the symposium in our panel, because we actually know how that part of society is important for any type of transition, especially this green transition. Further on, let me introduce and welcome Professor Banjac. Professor Banjac is full-time professor at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering in Belgrade, but also has extensive experience in developing on most important strategic and legal documents in Serbia when it comes to energy management. Together with us, we also have Mr. Goran Čačić. Goran is, I can easily say, one of the lead regional experts when it comes to energy management information system. Goran actually started this job in Croatia more than a decade ago and actually developed as actually energy management information system developed across the region from Croatia through Bosnia to Serbia and further on. And at the end, last but not the least, our dear colleague from UNDP Serbia, Mr. Dragan Urošević. Dragan is technical specialist, program manager with extensive experience and knowledge in energy management, energy efficiency, renewable energy sources, so just name it. Thank you very much and welcome again. Let me start our discussion again with reiterating how data is important if we want to improve, if we want to manage, if basically we want to measure our progress. I have to go back to what the previous panelists said, you know, with this energy crisis, we have to recalculate everything, and that is really true. We have to take another point of view on everything which is going on when it comes to energy management. So let's continue in that sense. My first questions would be about tools and methods which are being used in our countries, because there are some useful tools and methods which are being used to either measure or monitor energy efficiency, energy savings, etc. So Ines, if we could start with you. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Could you...
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, with our first question, let us start with people we have here in the panel, with their experiences and with tools and methods they are using in the countries to measure energy efficiency, energy savings, etc. So let me start with the host country. Dragan?
Thank you. Thank you for opportunity to be here. And I will also take opportunity, if possible, to speak on Serbian.
Of course, yes.
Well, it's been 2 days we've been talking about the importance of the data. We are mentioning, and we can also say that they are the foundation of everything we keep on talking in the course of these 2 days. And the impression is, at least at the level of decision makers and at the higher instances, that is something already existing. They always give the task, tell us, what are the savings, how much savings we can make, what are the savings made in this municipality, in this building. And simply they a priori believe that the data do exist, but unfortunately that is not the true, and that is something that we face with. Data are necessary, but yet not sufficient precondition to efficiently deal with energy efficiency. And what is important after obtaining quality, reliable data is to analyze them. We need to be in a situation to have the people, tool that would do the analysis and to deal and treat the data in a quality fashion. And another important thing, so the first, the data, analytics, and the resources. I mean, human resources, and I would never separate these three things. I believe they should be jointly observed. By default, people, they believe that it exists, that our country in the region has those resources. Unfortunately, that is not the case, and that should be taken into account. If we talk about the indispensable tools for a systemic operations and a systemic energy management, those are the IT systems, and we all in this region use ISEM, EMIS, ISG. Those are the information systems that the UNDP donated to the host countries. And at this slide, we can see the situation in Serbia vis-à-vis data about the public buildings, 10,000 public buildings, 15 locations for public lighting, 800,000 for public buildings, and over 1 million bills for public lighting. Those are good results, bearing in mind the situation we are in, particularly when it comes to this issue. One thing is that it should be a continuous process. It has to last. And the next thing is the sustainability that we often mention, but unfortunately we do not see it. So when the support provided by the donors ends, all work related to that somehow stops. So we need to bear in mind these things and take care of these things. In one example, I would depict and show what can we do, why data are important, why the IT system is important, why analytics is important, and what you mentioned at the very beginning, but is somehow it's built upon the previous panel to have the reaction and the prediction to what is happening when it comes to the changes in the sphere of energy. I would share with you the energy consumption example at the LSG level in Republic of Serbia. And from the sample of the municipalities that do enter the data about the consumption in the IT system, we've selected municipalities that could be a representative, municipalities that are characterized by a certain number of population, facilities, specific type of those facilities and consumptions. And in this slide, you can see something that the IT system provides when it comes to the analytics, the ISEM. The on left-hand side is the consumption, and you can see that this is for a longer period of time. And on the right-hand side, the consumption per types of facilities and their share in the total costs. Then we reach the point where we need to deal with this data. We have them. We have to see their quality. Very often, it is not at a top quality level, and it requires to work extensively to pull out of those data the quality ones, the one that we can use. And then again, I would share with you a few things we faced with when trying to clean the data, so to say. On one hand side, there's a double builds. Then we can add the data of the automated entry into the system, which is very good, that the suppliers are sending bills directly to actually free the people of their manual input to have the accurate data, and that the people are doing the analytics and the next step that is very important. However, there are overlappings. At the very beginning, none of us assume that there would be automatic entry, there was manual entry, and now those data should be filtered out. In Serbia, there were changes. So the natural gas used to be expressed in cubic meter, but recently it switched to the kilowatt hour. So you found a situation that all users of the system should be informed of the change. Then another problem is with the solid and the fuel and the liquid fuel. These bills are periodical, so we don't have the data on the quantities. We don't have the data how and in which period this energy is used. And very often we've got the situation then again related to what we already talked to, switch from the coal to pellet to wood, and then the market changes are often. So when you try to analyze it all, it is very difficult to recognize the movement of all these things, and that is something that we need to deal with when conducting analysis. After that, while analyzing one municipalities of the 40,000 of municipality, of the representative municipalities, we can see that the energy costs are close to 1 million euros at the annual level. After that, with that baseline year, with this representative municipality, when we reach the information vis-à-vis consumption, we switched and passed to the analysis and the impact on the change of the energy that de facto happens on the budget of the municipality, to have the municipality prepared to the things that are awaiting them. We've got the example of one scenario of the analysis of sensitivity with the increase of energy, 25% district heating, 25% pellet, that exceeded actually. Most probably in Serbia, we had 50 to 60% increase in district heating. And with these increases in energy, municipalities can expect 30 to 40% increases in their cost. If you observe the type 4, these are the municipalities of 200, 300,000 inhabitants. We have 200 million dinar increase in costs. So the increase is 2 million dinars. So this is the last slide. And out of all of this, we can see the importance of the data, what we should do with the data, but also what we can get. That these data, they are a powerful tool for projection, planning, and response.
Can see it's not only that we are talking about quality and quantity data which are necessary for analysis, but we also see another value of data when it comes to sensitivity analysis, when it comes to predictions, etc. Irina, you are working as actually energy management information system developer in Green City Lab. Could you please tell us your experience and tools and methods you are using?
Of course, thank you very much. If I can have the clicker also, thank you. So working at Green City Lab Moldova, we have the chance also to work with YEMIS. And by this, I would like also to share a presentation about the process of gathering the data for energy management system. But let's begin again that the energy management system, EMIS, which we are operating with, was developed firstly by UNDP Croatia and after that transmitted to UNDP Moldova. The first pilot project that we implemented and from which you saw some segmentation in the starting video was about installing more than 80 smart meters in 17 public buildings from Chisinau municipality. It included also public institution related to administrative works, hospital, which you saw in the video, and also schools, kindergartens. And because of this, we just started firstly to analyze the how hourly consumption of energy and water. After that, when EMIS fully came in the possession of Green Steel Lab team, we started to analyze EMIS implementation on national level in the Republic of Moldova with the help of Energy Efficiency Agency and, of course, with the colleagues from Serbia and Croatia who already implemented this. And at the same point, we started to develop our in-house capacities on ensuring that our experts have accreditation following ISO standards on energy management. After that, we started to analyze consumption based on monthly sums received from energy vendors and water vendors. So we did this as a pilot project for 50 kindergartens, again in the Chisinau municipality, because in Chisinau we have vendors with the most updated data collection system, so it was much easier for us to collect their information and to analyze their data. And by this, we ensured that public authorities knows what are least efficient public institutions, and also that we tried through this to develop different energy management trainings for public authorities, again, for raising their capacities. This year, for 2023, we have the biggest project on energy management developed by Green Steel Lab Moldova with the financial help of the Embassy of Netherlands and the think tank group from Republic of Moldova named Expert Group. And with their financial hope mostly, we managed till now to get in EMIS more than 5,000 almost 5,000 public buildings, and we are working on populating those buildings with statistic data because unfortunately none of our public institutions like Ministry of Energy, Energy Efficiency Agency, or even public property agencies don't have the detailed information about how many buildings do we have, what's their total surface, and how to separate them by their destination. Because of this, most of the work was started from the very beginning, having almost just the name of the building, its address, and very seldom its total surface. Working on this, we managed also to analyze some data through smart meters, as you saw also in the video, but that was at the beginning of this experience, so not all the data was enough to analyze its consumption. For now, it's much easier for us, but again, unfortunately, just for those 17 buildings that were part of our pilot project, we managed to analyze their electricity consumption, their water consumption, and because of this, unfortunately, we find a lot of usage of energy that is outside of the working hours. Also the usage of water, for example, which you can see now on the screen, which again should force appearing a lot of questions for public administration of those buildings. But unfortunately, even when we organized a different presentation for them, making sessions on how to analyze data from EMIS, how to access this, at the end, very few of them accessed data, and for sure, less of them asked themselves, why do we have energy consumption out of the working hours? So because of this, we found that a very big problem when having data is also convincing the users of the buildings that they should analyze it and also implement any actions in order to reduce that consumption. Same, for example, with thermal energy that you can see again on the screen. We found out that even if the users of the public buildings are mentioning that they decrease the heating on weekends or on vacation, it doesn't really happen in real life. So because of this, we can get too high energy consumption outside the working hours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Irina. I mean, we have seen that actually excellent work has been done so far, but there is still a long way to go.
Yes.
Pretty much the same like in other countries, and also sustainability of energy management information system remains one of the biggest issues. Now let me go to Mr. Čačić. Basically, Goran, you have already known everything that Dragan and Irina have said. So could you please tell us, maybe from even historical perspective, you know, how it started with Croatia and where Croatia is right now?
Yes, thank you. The United Nations Development Programme started with the project in Croatia in 2006. And the initial goal of the project was actually removing the barriers to energy efficiency in Croatia with the focus on public sector buildings. And our first intention was, okay, let's identify the buildings, let's implement the projects, the reconstruction measures, and save the energy. But when we started to prepare the projects, when you come to the city and ask them, okay, how many buildings do you have? You had no answers. Usually you get the answer, you know, there are this many schools and this many kindergartens, which they were referring to as institutions. So one school could have 3, 5, 7, 10 buildings. They do not know, they called it as institutions. Okay, then you ask, second question, okay, how much money do you spend on energy for these schools? Usually they could tell you what Dragan told you, on the level of the city, we are spending this much and much money. They had no detailed information on what are the types of the energy being used, in which buildings, where, how, and what. So even though we had planned, for example, financial measures such as warranties to help institutions get the loans to implement the projects, when we started to implement the project, we saw, okay, we are not possible to even identify the projects. And then when we identify the projects and implement something, we won't be able to actually show how much did we save. Because the energy efficiency, we heard it yesterday as well, it's really hard to prove that you actually saved something because you have to measure something that you did not spend. So it's the megawatts. So what was supposed to happen didn't happen, so we spent less and we achieved savings. And this all led to the development of the process of systematic energy management, which includes the organization, the people, and the tool. And the tool is actually IT system, any kind of IT system. We developed the EMIS, but it's not the only one. There are several more existing on the market, but our system, the specifics of our system is that it was developed for the buildings of the public sector, which are distributed on many locations and which are being used by many different types of users and which have specifics such as the ministry is paying for the bills and the building is owned by the institution who is using the building and it is subletting to somebody else. So we created a system that could fit all of our needs and with the sole purpose of providing historical data about the energy consumption in the building. So you have a baseline of what is happening to the building. So you can identify the buildings which seem problematic with the energy consumption. And once that you implement the measures, you can continue to monitor the energy consumption and to actually prove that you saved energy. Let me rephrase, that you improved energy efficiency. So it does not mean saving energy. We are living in the Balkan regions and we know that in many schools, in many buildings, the conditions inside the buildings are way below the needed standards.
Absolutely.
And sometimes on some of our projects that we implemented, the improving energy efficiency actually meant increasing the energy consumption of the building. Although we introduced new lighting, we introduced new heating systems and everything, the level of wealth in this building was much improved and the energy consumption at the end was higher than at the beginning, although the energy efficiency was improved. In order to prove that, you need good quality of the data. You need not just the data about how much energy and what types of energy are being used in the building. You needed the data about the building itself, how it was built, who is using the building, what is the time of usage of this building. So as much as possible of the data at one place, and our main goal is that it should be easily accessible and it should be verifiable. So you should be able to track down the source of the data, the source of information, so you can actually check whether this data is correct or not, and whether the conclusions that you made about the energy consumption of this building are right or not. So all this led to the energy management information system. We started first with the implementation of individual installations of the system for each of the cities. Then we saw, okay, this will be too expensive for everybody to buy each own hardware and software and licensing and everything. And today, in the world of everything is connected. So we said, okay, let's put one system on the central place and enable to anybody who wants to connect to use the system and gather the data. So this was, although we started with, okay, let's implement the projects in order to prove that you saved energy, in order to identify the low-hanging fruits and the best projects to implement, we came up at developing the systematic approach to energy management, educating the local personnel on the buildings on actually to take care of the energy, to monitor energy, to understand what the data which are now available in EMIS mean, to try to identify the potential for savings. For example, we have found in real life the buildings where they thought that they are quite efficient. You know, we have been using this much energy and this much water for several years, nothing is increasing, so it's just the usual way of doing things. And when we did analysis with the data about for example, the water consumption per people or per square meter, it was much higher than the average. What happened? You know, the pipe burst after the meter, and for who knows how many years they've been spending the same amount of the water. They thought it's the usual way of water consumption. Just with the small investment of maybe it was 2,000 or 3,000 euros for replacement of this pipe, they reduced the cost of water for 60%. Nobody knows for how many times. So this is the importance of good quality of the data, so you can actually prove that you have improved your energy efficiency, although sometimes you increase the energy consumption.
Absolutely, that is our final goal. Goran, to the best of your knowledge, where is Croatia right now? Is the energy management information system, EMIS, being sustainable?
Yes, luckily for us, when UNDP finished the project in Croatia, we managed to agree with our ministry and agency within the ministry to transfer the knowledge and the people who were actually working on EMIS. So they continue to work on EMIS in a national institution. So they are still working. They are continuing to develop the EMIS. They are making the trainings and education of local personnel. And by the calculations that have done, they have achieved savings that are much higher than what they have spent for the salaries and for the development of EMIS in the agency. So it's not ideal because the needs for development of EMIS are much higher, especially for introduction of remote reading systems, which are recommended to be introduced on the bigger energy consumers. So the analysis that was done in Croatia showed that around 18% of the biggest energy consumers in Croatia are responsible for more than 80% of energy consumption. So basically for these buildings, it is important to get as much as possible of the data by remote readings, so you can focus your efforts on achieving the savings on them. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Goran. Although there is still room for improvement, that is the goal actually we want to achieve, you know, develop quality energy management information system with quality data, with good quantity of data as well, and then hand it over to institutions actually whose main responsibility is at the end energy management. Professor Banjac, I mean, we have seen all the starting issues, all the problems we are still kind of fighting with. What are available energy management systems here? What are the systems which are being used to measure energy savings, energy consumption, emission reductions, etc.? Could you please tell us more?
Thank you for the question. I will use this opportunity to speak in Serbian. I feel much more comfortable in Serbian. So,
So before I answer your question, I would like to thank you for inviting me. And to thank UNDP for organizing the symposium. I am really grateful to UNDP for the 12 years of our cooperation to develop the energy management system. Unlike other countries in the region, Serbia adopted the law on energy efficiency in 2013 and introduced the energy management system. At the moment, it was not a UNDP project, but starting from that year, we started working on that in Serbia, and we used the knowledge and experience from Croatia and other countries to improve this system. So we had a comparative advantage back then over other countries because the law on energy efficiency that was adopted allowed us to establish the energy management system. To put it simply, there are three reporting entities in the system. One is the industry, one is the public sector and the municipalities, and the third group are large buildings, complex buildings. So talking about buildings, the main instrument to monitor the energy consumption is the information system, EMIS. So I'm going to roughly show you how it works so that you can get an idea. I believe that everybody among our panelists know how the system works, but I'm not sure that the audience does. So this is the system. It was created through the UNDP project in Croatia. Then we managed to fine-tune it and improve it through our projects in Serbia. However, now the new law on rational use of energy that was enacted in 2021 this law made the EMIS system legal requirement. So all reporting entities have to use it. When it comes to data, that's the backbone of the system. You can input data manually or automatically. I think that manual input is clear by itself. However, automated data input is pretty interesting by connecting the measuring sites with the appropriate devices for data transfer. So we're talking about measuring devices that measure the consumption of water, electricity, gas, etc. So you have the data transfer device that takes the data to the local server. The local server is connected to the main server. The data gets transferred. It can get processed. It can get displayed, etc. So at my faculty, this is how it was done. So the building of the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering has one new building, one old building, and two accessory buildings. On these buildings, we have 3 electricity measuring devices, 2 devices that measure the consumption of energy, and 3 devices that measure the consumption of water. So what we did, we connected all these measuring devices with the appropriate equipment for remote data transfer using the phone network. So it's for thermal energy, for electricity, for water, etc. So we collect data and we informed about it. We inform our staff about it and our students on the energy panel. That was so it's like a display screen that you can see when you enter the building of the faculty. And what we established during analysis is that we consume huge amounts of water during the day, during the night, during the holidays, outside the working hours. But our faculty is a major lab, and we have huge needs for cooling because of that. So we used water for for cooling, and there were very small differences between nightly consumption peaks and daily consumption peaks. We also found that there was a place where water was leaking, so we fixed it. And all the interventions that we implemented helped us save water and resulted in also major financial savings for us. Another moment that is pretty important and is related to data collection is this follow-up, this upgrade of the system that was developed in Croatia. We didn't have any data from the National Weather Institute about temperature, so we connected all the stations and companies that were measuring temperature in Serbia. So we started collecting data on temperature, and we managed to obtain data that is a very important parameter for all calculations on energy, and that is how much energy is needed throughout the year, bearing in mind the temperature outside. This is how we can measure the actual needs. This parameter is something that you can even find in certain legal acts. It's really precious as data, and we used it to come up with our calculations.
The Faculty of Machine Engineering is not the best case example, then what else should it be? So thank you very much. Ines, can you hear us? Going back to you.
Yes, I hope you can hear me as well.
Yeah. Welcome again. Yes, we can hear you fine. Being privileged to work for International Renewable Energy Agency, you have an ability to have maybe a bird's view perspective on the countries globally. So could you please tell us, in your opinion, about some best case examples of how energy consumption is monitored, calculated, analyzed, etc. And so maybe with some hints how to improve it for the region. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this panel, and it's a pleasure to be here and talk about this very, very important topic for the region and also globally. And yes, I hope I can provide some global perspective on this topic. So first of all, what I would like to start is by saying that one of the first steps I would say that is that it's very important to have standardized parameters and data formats that are to ensure that all the data that is collected is consistent and can be compared. And one very good example of this is France's National Energy Agency, ADEME, that uses standardized parameters and data formats across all energy sectors, and they also make the data publicly available, which makes it very much easier for businesses, local authorities, and the general public to use it to compare different buildings' energy consumption. Also, I would like to say that we cannot neglect the pivotal role of energy efficiency agencies. They have a very crucial role in addressing institutional and regulatory barriers, but also in establishing best practices, in setting standards, and fostering innovation. And we already have, I think, very good examples in the region. Such as, for example, we have Moldova's Energy Efficiency Agency, but I would like to talk also about one example, which is the Danish Energy Agency. They have had a very crucial role in interventions through its energy efficiency obligation scheme, and this scheme encourages energy companies to play an active role in promoting energy efficiency. And I think that for this region, establishing such agencies in countries that do not have them could facilitate a unified approach to energy efficiency, as they could serve as national centers of expertise and excellence. And another thing that is very important is regional cooperation among these agencies, which my colleagues in the panel have already talked about a lot, and I think this is very important, and I would like to iterate the importance of this regional cooperation to share best practices, to create harmonized standards, and also to enhance cross-border energy data management. Another very important aspect is obviously having reliable energy measurement devices, and here I think the deployment of smart meters is very important, and this region has been slow in the deployment of smart meters compared to for example, Western Europe, but efforts are in place, and I think this should be for sure advanced. One example, for example, is Italy, that has already successfully deployed smart meters in a very large share of households. And smart meters have a very important role in facilitating automated data collection. And this kind of takes out the human factor of the equation, I would say, and facilitates data collection in the sense that we don't need to manual input, for example, in these energy management systems, the data measured. So I think this is also a very important thing to have in consideration. And in general, best practices that I would like to highlight is also the implementation. I mean, this is related with what I already said, but the implementation of automated systems for data collection and storage. Mm-hmm. One example is also the UK. They have an automated system for data collection, and this really demonstrates the efficiency of digital solutions. And additionally, also performing regular audits to identify and address data gaps to ensure that data can be validated, and also ensure the quality of the data, which was already mentioned by my colleagues, is very important. And one good example of this is the Netherlands. They have regular audits and documentation practices that can ensure data integrity and facilitate the validation of data. And yeah, we can't analyze data that is not of good quality. So this is a very, very important step to take conclusions. And I think to sum up very quickly, I think future improvements for this region should involve attracting skilled professionals, securing adequate funding, for example, for the development of smart meters. Also, I think providing effective training is very important, and partnerships could be formed with universities and research institutions, and energy agencies, as I mentioned, have a very important role here, and they can support in the development of comprehensive training programs. And I think beyond this, improvements in legislation to support data collection and fostering also public-private partnerships to promote data transparency, to invest in data infrastructure and in innovations in this field could be possible future improvement.
Thank you very much, Ines. I believe you summed up the symposium very efficiently and correctly. Thank you very much. So basic examples of Denmark, Italy, Netherlands, UK, we have a lot to strive for. In addition to these energy management information systems, we do require time, which do require analysis, people, trainings, etc. Are there some innovative, simplified tools which can be used? Is this actually fertile ground for incubation of ideas? Professor Banjac, what do you tell your students?
As for the novelties that we can introduce in the system, I think we should keep working on implementation and development of EMIS. it turned out that it's a high quality software and a great tool. It's used in Croatia, Bosnia, Serbia, Moldova, and I'm sure that it will keep spreading. As for what can be improved, in Serbia, we're supposed to start a new project in cooperation with GEF and UNDP, and we will focus on as many buildings as possible. We want to connect 80 more buildings to the system, and we want to equip 30 buildings with equipment that will allow us to monitor the consumption in real time. What should be done in the future is to include this monitoring in energy audits, which are now a legal obligation that is defined by the Ministry of Energy and Mining, and to include this direct monitoring of water and energy consumption in energy audit, because that's the only way to be able to get high quality data. In Serbia, and I believe in the energy neighboring country, very often energy audit and energy passports boil down to going through documents and maybe just a small visit that leads to the conclusion whether a building is energy efficient or not. However, if we have this precise measurement, we will have good data that will actually be meaningful. Also, as we said, measuring is nice, but if it only up to data, it's no use. We need to implement measures.
Ines, do you have some examples of very easy, accessible, innovative tools which can be used for measuring energy savings, energy efficiency? Something very quick and easy, accessible.
Yes, first of all, I would just like to say that I think this region has a lot of potential for innovative energy efficiency solutions, and increased digitalization that we see globally, the adoption of artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, as well as the wider use of smart meters, can really provide a lot of opportunities for energy management. And this includes also new innovative business models by both conventional energy companies as well as new actors such as information technology companies. And obviously we need to look at the challenges as well, such as limited funding and lack of technical expertise and regulatory barriers, and these need to be addressed. But technology incubators and supportive policies could really be instrumental in fostering innovation in this region. And regarding examples of tools, I would like to say some examples of other countries. So, for example, we have a very good example of a benchmarking tool is Canada's Energy Star Portfolio Manager, which can provide building owners with equitable building energy assessments, and basically has a very comprehensive data, accurate and user-friendly interface, which can allow building owners to compare their energy consumption with other buildings. And I think this is the objective is quite similar to the energy management information systems that the panelists have been talking about, and I think this is a very good example as well. Just one other small example is Enertiv, a New York-based company that uses Internet of Things devices, so IoT devices, to track equipment level energy usage in real time. And the granular data that they obtain can allow better energy optimization and also predictive maintenance. And finally, I would like to to mention one well-documented example, which is Google's DeepMind AI system, and this was used to manage energy consumption in Google's data centers, and they could reduce energy consumption for cooling by 40% and optimize energy efficiency in their buildings. So I think these are good examples, and we can definitely learn from them.
Thank you very much, Ines. Now I realize that benchmarking tool is actually something that we do with our neighbors and our relatives, so certainly something that should be scaled up. Thank you very much. Before we give the floor to the audience, if I could ask Dragan just very briefly to let us know how energy consumption, energy savings, etc., are being measured in public buildings in Serbia. Most important, you know, for example, after energy efficiency measures are done, how actually do we show progress achieved? Thank you.
Yes, it is a very important step in the process of energy efficiency, and we know that it's usually in our country.
Skip to Serbian if easier for you.
No, it's okay. It is common to avoid it and to don't do verification of the result after the reconstruction. I can say from my experience that it is really important, and I have learned a lot from such analysis, and I will present you a result from the study which we done regarding to the analysis of reconstruction done through the budgetary fund of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Mining and Energy, as well as Project Implementation Management Unit, Kancelarije za upravljanje javnim ulaganjima. And we have analyzed something like 20 buildings and find out 10 representatives. You can see one part of the reports from the ISEM.
Or EMIS.
Or EMIS, yes, or ESG. And you can see consumption by year, also by months. And we defined baseline. And also we analyzed consumption after the reconstruction period. And through the analysis, we found out result I can show you for the 2 representative buildings. For one of them, the average yearly saving of electricity is something about 30%, and average yearly heating energy saving is something about 28%, and for other one, 66% yearly savings in electricity and 38% in heating. Of course, this is a good example.
Excellent example.
Yes, but not all analyze this in that way.
Going back to Goran's story.
But I can say that we can learn a lot in both ways, from the good result and not such a good result. And we found out typical municipal public building, and we can say that the average building net area is about 1,800 square meter, and the average electricity energy saving after the reconstruction of 24%, average heating energy saving after the reconstruction 32%, and the average of CO2 reduction is about 37%. We talk about some average, some typical public building which we found through the analysis as the most representative sim.
This is actually great. You know, what this is not showing is improvement on quality of life. You know, this is something which you cannot show in percentages. Please continue.
Yes, and as I spoke regarding to my previous presentation, and I can say that also this presentation is absolutely connected to first one. I spoke about increase in energy cost in the municipality. And we can see here one way how to reduce that cost through the energy efficiency. And also we done sensitivity analysis to include increase in price of electricity, of heating, and at the end we took into consideration 3,000 buildings which are possible to reconstruct in the future. And if we use this as I can say, average building as a sample, we find out possible investment about 370 million euro in energy efficiency, but also potential in yearly energy saving about 500 million kilowatt hour. What this means? It is more or less equal to electricity production in thermal power plant Morava in Serbia with installed capacity 108 megawatt. And also you can see some summary of saving potential and financial analysis, how look like regarding to the simple payback period and also possible energy savings by year. And if we say that we are almost have something like 50% fuel price increase, comparing with the year when reconstruction done, we can look at the scene 3 or case 3. Simple payback, it's about 12 years and possible energy savings 30 million euro.
Thank you, Dragan. That's really amazing. You know, if you could just imagine all of us, what can be done with all that money. You can invest in education sector, health sector, social sector, just name it, basically. Before we give the floor to the audience, Goran, just very briefly, since you are the best positioned to look around the countries in the region, you know, is there something which is really striking for some of the countries, something really bad or something really good, you know? So if there's something really good that we can share from that country, something's really bad for one country that country can particularly work on to improve that.
It was already told on the previous panels, the countries in the region are similar in organization, similar in mentality. The good thing is that the energy prices are coming or becoming more aligned with the actual prices on the market. Unfortunately, in our countries, the energy prices are heavily subsidized, meaning that there is no incentive for the ones who are using the energy to actually save. That's one thing. The other thing is that usually the energy costs are not paid directly by the users. It is being paid by the owners question mark, you know, who is the owner? So the ministry is providing the yearly budget for the energy consumption, and the institution that is using the energy, if they save the energy, this a given budget is being taken away from them, so they do not have the financial incentive to save. So this is something that is bad. We have tried to introduced some kind of a different system of allowing the budget and to remain the savings, or to keep the savings with the institutions who actually achieve the saving, but it's not easy. Why it is not easy? It's hard to calculate. It's hard to define the amount of energy budget that you are allowed. For that, you need the data. And the data, as we said, it is not available at the level that is needed to actually calculate this. So there is no incentive for the people or for the users who are in the building to save. So the true incentive has to be on the one who is paying the bill, and often they are again not motivated to achieve the financing savings.
And that applies to all of the countries in the region.
Yes, unfortunately this applies to all of the countries. So, but this is where the informational system and energy informational system are coming to help, to assist us. Once you set up the system that it can easily collect the actual numbers of energy consumption, and you made it easily available, we have seen in a couple of presentations, it can be easily made available on a public screen. Then you can show, and then you can compare similar buildings. And then you can see or motivate the users to actually, you shouldn't be the worst. There is a similar building with similar amount of people, and they are using much less for the same output of the. So these systems, when you have the data, when they can be easily accessed, when they can be verified, that somebody can check, okay, yes, this is actually the true data. This is an amazing tool for a behavioral change that needs to happen. I like to say the buildings are not using the energy. When you leave the building alone, it will use zero energy, so it will be the most efficient building. So the people who are in the building are using the energy, and the informational systems which provide us easy access to data help us change our way of behavior.
I have to refer to one very good example in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where we had a project with investments in less than 300 buildings. We actually achieved savings of at annual level of more than 3 million euros. So, I mean, you can just imagine what amount of money and what liberty it gives public institutions to invest to. And before closing remarks, let me give the floor to the audience for your questions, suggestions.
Thank you very much. Thanks for a very interesting discussion. My name is Vahram Javalan. I represent UNDP Armenia, Energy Efficiency in Buildings Project, for the short name of the project. I have a couple of questions, given that we stand at the point in time about to implement the AMIS, and the project having the separate component on MRV, measuring component verification. And as we know, a couple of years ago, we had organized even a study tour for our stakeholders to Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, especially on the AMIS issues. You mentioned that usually, I mean, there are a couple of ways to collect and enter data into the AMIS. It's manually entering the data and to link the system with the smart meters. But there is another way to enter the data. I would like to ask your experience on that, to link the system with the providers of the energy, electricity, gas, water. What is the experience there? Because for our country, for example, the electricity provider has switched or changed all of the meters, or almost all of the meters, to smart meters. So even in the residential buildings, the individual meters are now connected to the grid, and one can go on a phone application and see his momentary consumption and the power. But that's not true for the gas providing company and water providing company. So what is the experience, if there is such an experience, to work with the providers directly? Because that should be cheaper than installing smart meters and ensuring their internet connection in the buildings. And the second question would be, when negotiating with the partners, I mean the state institutions, because our project will end at some moment in time, and we need to ensure sustainability of the AMIS and transfer the system and the hardware and software and servers to a governmental institution. And for that, the government institutions should understand its monetary benefit of the system. It's nice looking tool on the screen, that's all clear, but they need to understand how much it will cost to maintain the system annually, given all the subscriptions and operations and updates. And if there is any big data of any city or a country which will support the justification for the state, like how much will be the saving. And also to mention that I agree with Goran that the system is not only the server and the software, but it's coming from the people. So we have first steps done. We established the energy management system in the capital, in Yerevan. We have dedicated energy manager. Now they are creating the dedicated department for the energy management and the software to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So actually we have two questions, direct work with the producers and about sustainability of information system. Before we proceed with answers, we have another question.
At the very beginning, I would like to extend the thanks to the panelists for quite good presentations of this system. I was lucky to work on. Unfortunately, I'm sorry for the presentation that it lasts for such a short period of time. Otherwise, we could spend the whole day to speak about the presentation. I would simply like to use this opportunity to add something to this discussion with information, because I believe that here in the audience, we've got the people coming from the public sector, local self-government units, or from the companies that are energy and water suppliers, to say that in the March this year, they completely finalized and concluded the regulatory framework that is related to the implementation of the AMIS in Serbia. It's prescribed by the law, so the responsible entity within the systems are obliged to use it, as well as they are obliged to automatically supply the invoicing. However, the rule book was also adopted, and it prescribes the obligation that each and every building spending more energy exceeding 6 million dinars, that is 50 million euros, they should have the direct measuring, that is smart metering. This is a huge novelty. It has not been sufficiently covered by media outlets, or deadlines for connection start as of the day of the adoption of the rule book, which means 6 months of the obligation of the suppliers, those that are managing of these buildings. So this is just a supplement. I would like to mention that we've got a lot of suppliers that have connected to Belgrade thermal plant, Niš, Novi Sad, and EPS. That is for one category of consumers, started with the automatic billing. So this is just one note to the panelists. I wouldn't add anything else.
Which we really hope will kind of be replicated around the region. Now, first question, direct work with providers. Dragan?
I can say, but Maya already said it. Yes, it is really important. Automatic transfer of bills from the utility company to ISEM, and we have done it in Serbia in some big cities, in Novi Sad, as Maya said, in Niš, in Pančevo, Kragujevac, Kruševac, but also we transferred public lighting bills to ISEM. It is really nice and important from Elektroprivreda Serbia, electricity utility company, and also district heating company Beogradske elektrane for the capital of Serbia, Belgrade. And I recommend it as a really important step when we talk about ISEM.
Thank you. Sustainability, Goran, Irina. And if I could kindly ask our colleagues to put the clock counter back on the screen here.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Goran, please.
Yes, the question about the data from the energy providers, absolutely. It will increase the accuracy of the data, and it will make it easier even to get the historical data for the buildings, so you can make the analysis and create the baseline for the building. So if you have the energy providers which can provide you with the data, absolutely go for it. At least a monthly billing data would be okay, but if they are willing to provide the readings from the meters on the even a smaller time frame, that's okay. You enter it into the EMIS and use it for the analysis. When you automatize the data gathering, you are removing the people from the equation. At the end, the people are the one who are supposed to do the measures and reduce the energy consumption in the building. So if you automatize the data gathering, you will need to introduce some other means of communicating what is data saying, and to somebody who needs to actually do something on the building to reduce the energy consumption. So we must not remove the people completely out of the equation, although the artificial intelligence is getting smarter and smarter. You know, if you set up the goals wrongly, it can end up wrongly. So if the goal is to save energy, the artificial intelligence could conclude, okay, I will turn off the heating completely because the saving will be the maximum. So we need to keep the people in the loop as much as possible. Regarding the transfer to national institutions and monetary gains that can be achieved by the EMIS, in Croatia, they have made the analysis, and there is analysis of the savings that they have identified without any big investment into the system, which is, I think, 10 times or 20 times higher than the money spent on the salaries and on the development of the system in Croatia. And luckily for the national institutions, the UNDP is financing the initial steps of installation and training and everything that costs a lot of money. So it shouldn't be questionable that you can return the invested money into the energy management and energy monitoring for sure. The data that Dragan presented about the simple payback period of these investments, these were the investments that cannot only be regarded energy efficiency. We have to be aware that in Balkan Plus region, the state of the buildings, of the public buildings, the quality of these buildings is really, really low. And although we are trying to, you know, tell that everything can be paid off, the savings of the energy, in some cases not, because the quality and the standards of this building must be risen quite high sometimes. You know, in some of these buildings, the toilets are not of good quality. You need to change the doors. You need to change so many things, you know, that cannot be justified as energy efficiency improvement. But when you're doing so, you need to do the energy efficiency as high as possible. I would push for the nearly zero energy standard, not just to reach the minimum technical levels that are prescribed by the law, because this building will be staying here for the next 20, 30, 50 or so years. So even though at the beginning it is a bit more of the investment, it will for sure return, and the value of the savings will be much higher. But again, when you do not spend something, it's hard to show the number how much you did not spend. Again, we are coming back to the historical data overview. So the energy management information system was designed in the way that it allows you historical data overview with as much as possible the data about the building, so you can justify when you say, okay, I did not spend that much energy, that you can find the data and find the numbers and find the information to actually prove that if I continued the way it was before, I would be spending 3 or 4 or 5 times better. But with the data that somebody independent can verify this.
Yeah, thank you, Goran. We only hope that accountancy standards will also improve, so actually we will be able to record those savings at the end, you know, one day. Yep. Irina, long way to sustainability. What are your plans?
I was just wanting to answer also the previous question, if I may, very shortly.
Please.
Thank you. Regarding the ways of and possibilities of collecting data, in Moldova we tried mostly all of them. As I mentioned, with smart meters, it's an expensive solution, and it was mentioned by my colleague, the disadvantage is that you cannot connect the user of the building with the data collected, because the data is very detailed, it's very useful, but the owners of the building are not interested and not willing and not connecting with it and analyzing it in detail, because mostly they are not interested in, and reducing the consumption of their building is completely not, for example, in Republic of Moldova, is completely not influencing their budget, their salaries, so because of this they are not interested. We can also collect data manually. It's the cheapest and most accessible solution, but you cannot do it for buildings on a national level. So you do it, for example, on local level, and being sure that the person that introduced this data has maximal accuracy, and there are no commas put it in the wrong place, which happens too often, unfortunately. And regarding automatic collecting of the data from the vendors, for now it's the best option that we found it for us, but again we have some difficulties. For example, in Republic of Moldova, not all energy and water suppliers have up-to-date collection data system, which will allow them to extract the data and send it to EMS following its needs. So it very often depends on what you need and what are the financial resources that we have. Regarding the second question about the sustainability of the system. As it was mentioned before, even with the colleagues from Serbia, when we made the analysis of EMIS implementation on national level, we analyzed in detail the costs of investment, and the analysis showed that the payback period is not getting even to 1 year. Like, even in the worst case scenario, when like energy management says that you can get from 5 to 15% of reduction of costs, we took like 2%, and anyway, the investment in making a national energy management system, having already the platform developed and implemented already in other countries, EMIS, the payback period is less than 1 year. So you should not explain how much from the financial point of view it is needed to be implemented. The problem stays in the political willingness and the capacity of public institutions to implement this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Irina.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Very clear message. Very clear message. Thank you. It leaves us with just about right time for all of the panelists to give closing remarks, like 1 minute each, with key messages. Ines, should we start with you, please?
Yes, yeah, I think very interesting remarks. Now, I would like to finish with saying, reiterating the importance of standardized data collection and also secure data sharing practices, which are essential for benchmarking and analysis of data. So yeah, making this data also publicly available in a secure manner will increase transparency, promote the development of innovative energy efficiency solutions, and allow the comparison of energy consumption between different buildings.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being with us. Goran?
Yes, you said it at the beginning, if we do not measure it, we cannot control it. So
nor improve it.
Nor improve, yeah. By the control, you know, I mean, you cannot make any or do not know what you do. So basically, only this should be enough for us to introduce the monitoring and measurement of energy consumption in public sector buildings, because it's all our money. I would just say that in some cases, the transparency that is being given by the IT systems and solutions is not welcomed. And if you collect the data on small enough time frame, you can see a lot of things, you know. You can see that, you know, on Friday, the building starts to use less energy around 2 o'clock, although the time of working is up to 4, etc.
People are leaving earlier? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying that for some decision makers, the level of transparency that is possible with modern IT systems and modern data gathering system is not welcomed. And they are the decision makers which sometimes do stop the process or slow down the process. But we will get there because it's just no-brainer. And as we heard, you know, the payback periods of introducing of energy monitoring and management is in some cases less than a year.
Irina, I couldn't agree more with you when you said it's an issue of political will and actually will of the whole society as such, rather than a financial issue. Anything else to add?
Once again, that energy management should stay the first topic when we talk about energy at all, because very often nowadays we look at renewable sources, which are very fancy, very fast to implement, but energy efficiency and reducing energy consumption should stay the first when we speak about energy. And the second one that I would like to add, that collecting data is nothing if you do not analyze it and take actions, because it doesn't matter how smart is the system that collects data, but if you are not processing it and after that implement actions that smart, doesn't matter how smart the system is, it's useless.
Absolutely.
That's it. Thank
you. Professor Banjac.
Mislim da nam na ruku.
I believe that it is favorable that the technology is developing fast. Databases are more accessible. They can even get bigger. So in that sense, each type of measuring is more than welcome. But the data analysis is indispensable. I may say that in Serbia, bearing in mind that there is a system of the energy management in place that is using this tool, at the point of time, it is the examinem for the electricity managers that is organized in our faculty. We've got more than 400 licensed electricity managers so that they know how to use it, and through the practice everyone will show how to use and make use of all the data that they could get through that system.
Take care about people, take care about data, and in that way you can reach such a nice number as I presented.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear panelists, dear guests. I believe that actually our guests today have summarized everything that we, in a way, knew about data management. We do believe that we have data, but actually we don't. You know, in the countries in this region, even if we have high-level data, they are not good enough. You know, it's about quantity, but it's about quality of data. You know, data can be analyzed only if there is a certain quantity and certain quality of data. Methodology, how data are gathered, historical data, people who are entering data, etc., etc. So data needs quality and data needs quantity, which means time, you know. So very often we need to be patient to have energy management information system and any type of information system which actually we can benefit from. Data are not data if they are not used, if they are not analyzed, if they are not compared, if they are, more importantly, not used for sound decision making. Only in that way we can actually improve, to improve quality of life via energy savings. Thank you very much, and we remain at your disposal.
bilo šta?
Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to invite you to the final panel session of our Knowledge Symposium on Energy Efficiency in Buildings in the Balkans. My name is Geoffrey Omedo. I'm Knowledge Community Manager, Sustainable Energy in UNDP, and it's a great pleasure for me to join you here today. I think for those who are wondering where I come from, I want to confirm that I come from Montenegro. And I have people who can bear witness to that, so they will be here to confirm that I come from Montenegro. It's my pleasure now to invite and introduce my panel for today. We are privileged to have Mr. Ivo Kolovic. Fair enough. Later on, perhaps you can be able to let me know if I've gotten the name well. He's Program Director of the Center of Free Elections and Democracy in Serbia, and really experienced in this area of energy efficiency, particularly from the work he's been doing with the UNDP, which he'll be sharing with us in the course of the panel. We also are joined by Mr. Hamdia Miezin. I hope I got that right.
That was good.
Program Manager, UNDP Bosnia and Herzegovina. And he's working on various projects. Principally, I can mention the one on catalyzing environmental finance for low-carbon urban development project, which is funded by GEF. So we look forward to hearing more from him on that project and what else is happening there and how it links to the subject we're going to be discussing shortly. I'm also happy to introduce Madam Alexandra Dimova, Project Manager, UNDP North Macedonia, who will be sharing with us perspectives on this subject, particularly the issues of psychology, on behavioral issues with regard to energy efficiency. So we look forward to getting a lot more of that from her. And finally, our panelist in this session is going to be Madam Milica Nezovic, energy expert from Montenegro, where I come from, who will be sharing with us some insights on this topic as we go along. But as I lay the context for this discussion, the subject of energy behavioral aspects has been extensively discussed in this meeting. We had it in the first day when it was mentioned that you can have all the infrastructure in place, but if you do not get the public moving along with you, then you have a problem, because the public will be the ones that will be interacting with the equipment, with the technologies, with the energy forms. And so it's really important to ensure that you work with them. But this ultimately is about decisions that you take at either the household level, at the institutional level, decisions on how long will you, for example, ask your children to stay in the shower, and whether it's going to impact the final bill that you pay, decision on what technologies you're going to be adopting. And I want to just start this discussion by mentioning one of the most powerful statements I had in these discussions that lays the basis for this discussion. It was mentioned that many times when we are buying a vehicle, we ask a lot of questions on the vehicle. And the main question we ask, what is the consumption for this vehicle? But we never ask this when we are moving into a house or when we are buying a house. So with that, let me now start the conversation, and I'll start by posing this question to Madam Milica. Can you please try to break down for us how behavioral change can drive the energy efficiency in the Balkan +1 region?
Thank you, Geoffrey, and thanks to UNDP for the invitation. These 2 days of symposium was dedicated to energy efficiency in buildings. It was dedicated to demand side of energy efficiency. And demand is caused by users. And finally, this panel is actually focused on those that are creating demand, sometimes consciously, sometimes unconsciously. And I would also like to thank two colleagues from the previous panel that already made some bridge to our panel. I will later on mention this as well. The fact is that, as we could hear in these 2 days, the environment has been changing for the users. Policy related to energy use and energy efficiency has been created and amended several times, also implemented in Balkans region. That is from the policy side. Then we also could heard that substantial investments have been initiated, specifically starting with public buildings, using as a demonstration, as an example, leading by example. And this is, again, changing of the environment in living or working space. Yeah. For kids in schools also, changing the environment for growing. And then we, again, had a chance to hear something about technological development, innovation, and that resource that we still have to exploit. And definitely we have to be committed and persistent and patient. Patience is not the most popular type of behavior, but if we want to go to the long-term goals, patience is needed. There are some traditional tools that have been used to motivate users to more efficiently use the energy. Those are basically economical incentives, yeah? Such as in regulatory framework known like time of use tariff. Or we can also introduce some regulatory measures in terms of, okay, let's define minimum energy efficiency standard that we should be obliged to. Or provision of information, we also could hear about energy efficiency labeling. Yeah. This should influence, or this should give some wind to the users to try to adjust. However, the use of the energy is a habit. And to change habits, then we definitely need additional set of professionals, professionals that deal with studying human behavior, as much as for technicians, professionals from the technical background that could analyze data, as we could understand more easily than those that are not technical engineers. But they should communicate that with users in a more user-friendly way. And that's the idea about designing the behavioral instruments. In some developed countries, they are already in place, and also some countries such as USA or Ireland, they already have some estimations how much energy can be saved in case of modest or even a little bit, let's say, more demanding change of the behavior. These kind of instruments are, for example, more systematical and sharing of the information in terms of sharing of energy consumption report. Then these energy consumption report can be even more detailed in a way that patterns in a habit of use of energy of specific user are highlighted. And then even compared, as Goran mentioned during the previous panel, compared to your peers. So in a more user-friendly way, so the user can understand whether there is a space that he corrects the habit that he used to have. There are also some other instruments, such as fixing the target and then rewarding if the target has been met. Or simply also, let's say, designing new technology with predefined default settings. For example, in heating or cooling system, where you have predefined temperature, that can be opt-out option for the user to adjust it again. So there is a set of instruments that can be used, or even special tailored designed for each of the countries in Balkan plus countries, depending on the level of their preparedness, because each of the countries have certain specificities. Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. I think she's mentioned the importance of awareness creation, maybe even comparison of data within neighborhoods to really see that if I'm having a bit of savings here, maybe you should also be able to adopt what I'm using to also have the same savings. So that's really good, Milika. Let me also welcome our participants who are contributing through the wall and those who are following virtually. Please feel free to continue sharing your insights on this particular subject. We also have poll questions. I want to ask all of us to log in and vote on them. We'll be sharing the results before we close the session. But let me bring in Ivor at this point. Melissa has mentioned a very important point on the need for data and the need to ensure that this information is awareness has been raised so that the communities can effectively join the work. What are your perspectives with regard to some of the issues around the norms in this particular area? Is it something that you are seeing happening within this region?
Well, when we are talking about energy efficiency, that term is often associated with something new technologies, new devices, new electrical appliances as well. So when something is new in countries such as Serbia, we need to wait a little bit before it becomes a social norm in this country. I think that also it is very important to understand that a lot of people here in Serbia do not have economic situation to be involved in buying some of these new technologies and new things, and we will probably have to wait for them to be more involved and to realize the benefit of the energy efficiency. But in this moment, when we are talking about some of the surveys that we have conducted together with UNDP, we have conducted the 3 surveys in the last 2 years, and we, through that surveys, we maybe can create a partial profile of average user here in Serbia, of average citizens and his or her attitudes toward the energy efficiency. It's a good thing that now in Serbia people realize the importance of energy efficiency, but the problem is that often they do not use, they cannot see their own place in that, they cannot understand their own role in changing some things in better here in the country. So here in Serbia, people understand the importance of the energy efficiency toward the protection of the environment, let's say, toward the less pollution of the environment in the country. But at the same time, they are not ready to sacrifice a little bit more to improve the situation in this area, especially when we are talking about, let's say, if they want to pay a little bit more or to sacrifice their comfort regarding energy efficiency, they are not ready to do that at the moment. And I think that we need to improve their awareness about their role in changing the things in this area.
Well, that's an important point. You say they are doing it simply because they want to make the environment better. What if you tell them that they'll achieve significant savings in their budgets if they adopt it? Do you think that can be able, perhaps?
Well, of course, that can also motivate them to change their behavior about in this case, especially. But you, as I said in the beginning, you need to realize that we have a lot of people here who are not ready to understand a long-term goal about energy savings, to change something for their long-term goal will be a benefit in the end. But in the beginning, they only see the short-term goals. They are just ready to provide something for their families and for themselves instantly without thinking about the future enough. And I think that there is something that we need to change in their understanding of this problem.
Wow. Obviously, that's a natural reaction. Everybody wants to improve their own conditions in the short term, but also the long-term aspects do not come out very clearly. Let me bring in Alexandra at this point. First of all, share with us some of these perspectives from North Macedonia, but also your analysis of the psychology around the decision-making processes and what you think influences them to make a decision. Is it more short-term or long-term in this regard?
This is a very relevant question. I remember we discussed among the colleagues the same issue when we started to design the first pilot behavioral changing activities project. So I will relate my discussion with what Ivo is saying, but also what the other participants yesterday told us, that when you introduce some energy efficient measure, and when you want people to start implementing that measure, then you should also communicate information. You should also raise public awareness about the benefit of this particular energy efficiency measure. And I remember Mr. Oleg also mentioned that it's not only important to communicate information, but it's very important how you communicate and how you present this information. So the commonly held assumption that more knowledge and more information will help someone to change behavior, this is not always true. We set some specific targets. We set some specific objectives. We present the measure, we present information, we present it at the best possible way, and we see that we do not achieve the desired results. So this is why, some 2 years ago, we started to think on behavioral approach. So these words like nudging, behavioral approach, behavioral changing activities started to buzz around me. And as typical UNDP person, I started to go deeper, to research a bit more, to learn about nudging and so on. So I started to use the definition about nudging as a concept or as a working field within the behavioral economics, which helps individuals to make better decisions in very complex decision-making processes. And because humans want to simplify the things, and this is in order to learn and to understand better the things, and we want to make also mental shortcuts. I realized that yesterday, while the panelists were speaking, I made parallel between the nudging concept and the trick and treat concept. Okay. And in literature, there are two recognized nudges as successful examples. And this trick and treat concept is my interpretation. So I will just tell you two examples. The first one is coming from Germany, and it says that only by changing the default option for people signing an energy contract, about 70% of German households opt for the purchase of green energy. So only by changing the default option. This is a nudge. And there is one treat. Here is one treat. In the UK, the Ministry of Environment introduced a subsidy for homeowners that choose to insulate their attics together with an offer for cleaning service. Just by informing about the cleaning service, the demand of the subsidy for attic insulation tripled. Okay. So just to present some plastic examples. So we can see that actually nudging has potential to affect pro-environmental behavior and to take us to our aim to change someone's behavior in a way that we desire. Okay.
Wow, that's interesting. Nudging, treating. I can add the carrot and stick as the other one. In terms of law, we know we have command and control and economic incentive as some of the other tools that we can add to those ones that you've mentioned. But let me bring in Hamdia now. What's your thinking on what the panel is saying? And do you think that, for example, from Bosnia and Herzegovina, these are some things that are already being seen on the ground, or are you seeing that there's still a lot of work to be done to get everybody fully aware, even as we make efforts to ensure that the technologies are available, we make efforts to ensure that the buildings have some of these things. Do you think it's something that you're seeing on the ground?
Yeah, definitely on the ground you can see a lot of examples from the talk that my colleagues had. For example, you can see the effect of direct marketing or word-to-mouth marketing between the households. As you can see that the investments are usually drawn more by your next neighbor than the public campaign that is maybe on the TV. Or it's, let's say, driven by a public figure that you trust more than just like the facts about the energy savings, financial benefits or environmental benefits. So that's something that is maybe, I don't know what's the state outside Western Balkans, but definitely to Western Balkans mindset, it's related and it's something that we are all accustomed to. In terms of policy, what I wanted to say, when you look at the development of any kind of market, for example, this energy efficiency market, you can have like three types of drivers. One would be policy, second one would be supply driven, and third one would be demand driven development of the market. In terms of Western Balkan, we can definitely say that the policy was the first one to come. Just quick example, if you were talking to institutions, not just citizens, like 10 years ago about shutting down power plants, coal power plants, everybody would be like against you and would be shunning you. But now the mindset has changed because we adjusted to the change of the policy and the path towards we have to go, the path that towards which we have to go. When you look at the energy efficiency, you can see the examples that Milica was mentioning, that through implementation in the public sector, we have actually achieved change also in the private sector and in the households. Before building new houses, new buildings, thermal isolation wasn't something that was a must-have. Now it's something that is common. It's definitely something that you, when you start to plan to build a building, you at the first time you put in, yeah, it's a default. It's not changeable. The same goes on with different kinds of measures. Fuel switch also. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. For example, pellet, which was like a bit of like trick, basically just trick without the treat because of the increase of prices for the end users. But when we are talking about the behavior and its impact on the energy decision making, but also implementation, I would say it's crucial to be targeted and to be definitely given much more attention than it is now, especially on the side of decision making. For example, in Bosnia, we have like established solar energy as something that is now go-to option for all households or all SMEs. Anybody from Bosnia that you ask, would they be willing to invest into solar energy with, of course, some kind of subsidy? They would say yes. For other measures, maybe. But if you gave them choice solar energy or something else, they would definitely pick solar energy. But this is where behavior is something that you cannot predict. For example, for households, low energy prices make solar energy investments basically with a low or not profitable, not economically acceptable return of investment. But because they have understood that this is something that is like a social norm, they go towards it. But also there's another like factor that makes them go towards solar energy. They value more peace of mind than the financial benefits or the financial savings. When I say peace of mind, mostly the investments into solar energy are driven by the need to secure themselves from the increase of prices. So they go towards solar even though they have like better options. For example, in SMEs, we worked through the JCB project with 20 SMEs. And at the start, we told them, okay, we will give you technical, financial support and invest into your decarbonization, because these were the companies that are targeted by CBIM mechanism. At the start, all 20 companies wanted just solar energy. And we were telling them, wait until we do the analysis, you will see that there are much more better measures for you in terms of finance, energy, and also environmental than the solar energy.
Okay.
And after the audits, they still, when they saw that there are measures that are better for them than solar energy, they still wanted to go towards the solar energy.
Yeah.
That's the mindset. We were fortunate enough to be able to save 11 SMEs from the grip of solar energy and to make them invest into more optimal measures. But it's not about finances. It's not about like, sometimes it's about like comfort level, like automatization. But mostly it's about like the general narrative that that comes out into society and becomes something that everybody accepts, even if it's not something that is rational.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. A lot of things there. Number one, awareness creation is important, but targeted marketing is even more important. Yeah. And word of mouth testimonies can really help this message go across. Yeah. And I want to bring you in, Milika, here, and move away a little bit from the shock and treat that nudge that was mentioned, and bring in the issue of the law, the command and control. Do you think that law, regulations, policies, frameworks can be able to enhance and influence behavioral change towards adopting this? And do you have some bit of examples you can be able to share with us on that?
I like the question and the way that you put it. Yeah? It's like whether the law, bylaws, regulations, papers can regulate something for us. We are doing that. Yeah, we really just have to be committed and persistent and to be on the same track. If we have long-term goals, then all regulations that are directly or indirectly influencing, and a lot of area is indirectly influencing energy efficiency, they should be harmonized and they should be compatible. They should be, let's say, hand in hand to work toward the goal that has been set. If you allow me, I will just give one example.
Yes, yes.
And it's not strictly from the energy efficiency, but it is from the energy sector, and it is something that has been mentioned during the previous panel by colleagues. Because if we want to understand where is a space to save more energy, then we are analyzing habits transferred in kilowatt hours, yeah? Which we can maybe cancel and save it. And then we actually need good data. And if we want to have good data, then we have to have equipment to collect this good data with as much as good granularity that could be used later on to find patterns in the habits, in the use. For example, if you have some specific patterns as a user during the heating or cooling period, where they are and how to correct it. Example has been mentioned that in Italy there is a really substantial amount of smart metering, and it's not the first phase, it's already a second row. There is also one example in the region, in Montenegro, but this is something that is not originally from the energy efficiency subsector, but it's from the energy. And here you need very predictable and certain legal framework, so you can give a legal and financial certainty to companies which are distribution system companies, usually in the region, so they can invest in smart metering. That will be a precondition for all this story that we are talking about. So now we are shifting from the point of energy efficiency buildings. We are moving to the bridges for communication that at the end of the story will make easier communication with users to make them understand it in a more simply way. So legal framework, let's say, needs to give certainty, not really changing too frequently goals. If they are changed, then at least try not to make a backward change, yeah? And this is actually basically each of the partners or actors in this story would be grateful for.
Okay.
Yeah.
So important point there. Important to look at some of the policies and laws in the region and see how we can harmonize them. But then you need data.
Yes.
And you need minimum energy performance standards, for example, because then that can be able to provide a basis for the policies to come in. But you've mentioned another important thing. That's the issue of finance. And there are many aspects here. So I want to bring you in, Ivor, if you could speak a little bit about the financial implications of some of these energy efficiency investments. I think for owners of the building, for the people who live in the buildings, for companies, they'll always have to think about the financial implications. And
yes, of course.
As a major determinant towards the decisions on behaviors. What's your perspectives on the financial elements on this?
Well, it seems to me that, of course, financing is very important. As I explained in the beginning, when we are talking about a representative sample of our citizens, a lot of them are not in a very good financial position. So that is something that they need to think about, but not just them, but the others as well, because sometimes the investments in energy efficiencies can be a challenge for them as well. So in our survey, in surveys that we have conducted, we saw that there are understanding about the importance of energy efficiency, but at the same time, in a large part of our population, we saw that they are not too eager to change some things in their own households, especially when we are talking about change of, I don't know, devices that they are using or even the fuel that they are using at the moment. They are not that willing to change it, even if we subsidize them to do that. Basically, we asked them in our survey, are they willing to change their heater if they are subsidized by the state by 30% of the value of that device. And only 10% of them told us that they are willing to change that because most of them think that it is not important for them. In one case, and in the other case, they say, okay, you will give me 30% of the money, but that is still not enough for me to change my device. And the same thing goes when we are talking about the building installation here in Serbia. The good thing is that more than 30% of our respondents told us that they already have a good installation. But on the other hand, only less than 10% told us that they are willing to change or to build the new installation in their own household. So that is very important moment. We will have to think about how to bribe our population for their own good, basically. That is something that we need to think about when we are talking about financing here and energy efficiency.
Hamdi, what do you think?
In terms of financing, I would say that there's two types of behavior that we need to watch out when it comes to financing. Not just those that are end users, but also those that are giving the funds. I would say that in Western Balkans, most of the end users have perceived that like mentality that the energy efficiency is something that is humanitarian aid. Like they expect that each measure for energy efficiency will bring with it some kind of grant or subsidy, which shouldn't be like the case, because you can see that energy efficiency measures definitely bring you financial benefits, definitely bring you energy environmental benefits. So you have like different sets of useful things that you get out of it. Subsidy is something that's just needed at the start to help you, like push you towards it. We are now entering a point where we cannot rely anymore on subsidies and on the grants. And it's needed to gradually phase out subsidies and grants and move towards innovative financing mechanisms like energy service companies, performance contracting, as well as green bonds, for example. But the issue is that as long as we have these subsidies and grants, especially for the public sector, the end users won't accept any innovative financing mechanism. I have seen this with my own eyes, especially when it comes to ESCO, while trying to pursue the implementation with, for example, one municipality or canton, they usually are ready to let go of ESCO, which guarantees them energy savings. The payments are made through the difference in the energy bill, and they don't have any worries in implementation. The whole responsibility and the turnkey service is on the side of ESCO company. They are ready to let that go and are ready to take a capital investment of, for example, 80%, just to get 20% of grant. Even though they are not guaranteed any savings, they will have to do it all on their own, and nobody is verifying and measuring the savings at the end. So that's the main issue. If we are not on the side of end users, we need to switch that up, let go of that humanitarian aid mindset. But on the other side, especially the donors, we need to be we need to collaborate and not implement at the same time on one side grants, on one side ESCO. We need to try to blend the finances and try to make that transition more smoother. For example, at the start, have a bit of grants with the ESCO modality and gradually phase it out until the people just understand that the ESCO is something that it's normal and it's something that is better than the grants that they had before. You need to show them to make them believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we'll bring you in. I think if you have questions on this area, please be preparing so we can also have an interaction. I'm sure the panelists here would like to hear also from you. Alexander, on behavioral economics, do you think what Hamdia and Ivor are saying is true? Is it not true that if you can be able to convince and demonstrate that there will be savings by the end of the month on the electricity bills, I'm sure everyone in the community will be very, very interested in that, especially those who are earning the money. I think that would work, but I don't know. What's your thinking based on what Ivor has said and what Hamdia is saying?
You mentioned earlier that decisions about energy use, for example, indoor temperature setting or what kind of energy efficient device or appliance to purchase, this is all linked with human behavior. And we yesterday also agreed that there are technical barriers, there are commercial barriers for adoption of energy measures, but here I would also like that there are behavioral barriers for adopting these measures. Yes, definitely. Incentives, subsidy models, grants, these are the tools that can increase the implementation of a specific and a certain measure. But as I said in the earlier example, only by introducing the cleaning service, the Ministry of Environment in UK tripled the demand for a subsidy, right?
Yes.
So this is why we are saying that all these measures should complement each other. And within the Tackling Air Pollution project that I'm managing in North Macedonia, we also wanted to explore further how nudging can cause pro-environmental behavior. And because this is a new topic, we decided to bring in international experts that will help us to create nudges that through implementation of air pollution measures, we will apply behavioral approach. And I don't know if you want me now to share the examples, or we can also leave them for later.
No, I think that's fine. You can mention one example of an additional one.
Yeah. For example, by presenting the households tools that they can measure the electricity, the energy consumption of the households that use this tool to measure how much they consume energy, within this test group, the energy consumption decreased compared to the control group.
Okay,
yeah.
Interesting. So this takes us to what Ines mentioned in the previous session, and the example of Italy having a lot of these technologies in place. And I'm reminded where I work at the IRH, Eastern Regional Hub. Sometimes when I work very late into the night, the power just goes off. And I have to wake up and make a movement just so that I can trigger the power to come back. And it's very frustrating. In fact, 3 times I decided to go work from home because now I was not able to work. And I think it also introduces the work-life balance. Maybe I was being told to go home. You can't be working this late. So it also becomes difficult for you to work in such an environment, because if you are seated on the computer, focused on the computer for 30 minutes, the instrument thinks that there's no one using the image. And I think it's a bit inconveniencing, but it's important, because then that's how we can be able to shift behaviors. So I think a critical emerging point is that technologies can really enhance behavioral change. But I don't know, let me bring in the participants. I don't know whether there are microphones around, and if there are any questions on the wall that we can be able to pose to the panelists, so that we can actually make this a little interactive. And I know this is the final panel, so let's get some questions. Any question on behavioral, or we are very clear? Yes, there's one question here. Alexandra, my countrymate.
Thank you. So my question is actually, given the fact that we come from the region of Western Balkans Plus, which is quite unique, not specifically unique, but let's say united when it comes to difficulties in changing habits, while we are here. As soon as we cross the border, so we go to EU, we follow all the rules, and we adhere very easily, let's say, or very fast. So yesterday we were having examples of different modeling and measuring and finding the let's say holes in the system. So even if the building is very energy efficient, so it proves that it is not, that the consumption is still high, because people still keep the windows open, even though there is ventilation, or people don't change habits. So it's my personal question to you: how can I change my habit? I need to have a window open. And it's also a fight in our UN building in Podgorica, because we have a net zero emission building. So it's a UN eco house. And we are constantly criticized, and we have fights because of the level of temperature. Sometimes it's not good for men. Women have different also habits and different styles in dressing styles. Yes. So what can you advise me to do so I change this small everyday action habit? Or what can I teach my kids, for example, and how we can move forward? A practical example, a practical advice.
Yes. Thank you. That's a good question there. There's another question also that has come in through the Twitter wall. The energy efficiency is known for a rebound effect. psychology play where you know you are more efficiency, you know? How do you know that we are actually more efficient? I think that's how does a psychology play where you know you are more efficiency? So how do we make people take that? So Melissa, you can take that, and then the panel, whoever wants to take any of that can follow. Yeah.
I'm pretty kind of starting loving this discussion, yeah, because now we have also psychology here in the room. When we start to enter into the field of social science, it's about the feeling, and feeling is rather individual, yeah, and what Alexandra was talking, it's completely individual, it's a comfort level. And this is also, I think, one of the biggest discussions when you start to talk about, okay, there were estimation about how much energy is going to be saved globally, but then you still have demand for more comfort. And if somebody does not want to give up the comfort, he does not want to give up the comfort. I think that we are talking about spaces to save the energy at the moment when you are really spending something that you don't need. It doesn't harm your work, sorry, but I see that you have some problem with your working environment, I'm kidding, or your comfort. And those are the patterns. I think Goran has mentioned that one building manager was living for several years in a belief that this is a usual consumption of the water. When they compared that usual consumption of water with the peer building, they figure out it's not usual. It's for them usual. It's not usual for the peers. And then they dig a little bit and find out that they have a problem, technical problem. So areas where we are talking about to improve the habits is that you can find appropriate peers, and that's not easy to find. Peer groups are not easy to find, to match, that you can compare to and think about whether you can change it. And it does not harm your processes, your living, and so on and so on. So for Alexandra, I'm not really sure that I have the real answer. The answer is somewhere in these social norms, because you have mentioned, okay, when we are home, we are acting or behaving or having habits which are socially acceptable in the environment. When we are abroad, we easily adjust to another social norms and the environment. Yeah.
And maybe education as well. Hamdia?
Yeah, the easiest solution, automate it. Yeah. You will not worry about it. Yeah, but usually, are you suffering? Did you try to, is it maybe like a placebo effect? Like when I open the window, I feel better, it's all better. Or is it like really impacting? We can see that if we run a test by automating it and seeing in that way. But what I wanted to say in terms of this, habits is something that is quite hard to change. And it's most difficult thing to do when it comes to consumers. When you look at the consumption and you look at any investment, basically all our investments in energy efficiency in public buildings will fall off if the consumers continue acting like they did before or even worse. So we need to tackle that. When it comes to like making a switch, not just for you, but for all of the people like in Western Balkan, it needs to become something that is like a standard. I always remember like those old sayings, I will say it in Bosnian, makni se sa propuha, ubćete propuh. Those are like things that came in the culture and became like a norm. And you can see even good practices in our community, like washing and cleaning on the days when the electricity, and in the periods when the electricity is on low tariffs. So we have like these like good and bad habits, and it's something that can be changed only if it's like pushed and pushed and pushed for a longer period. And if we make like these trick and treat arrangements to make you go towards it. When you look at what's the main driver for any kind of change, it's usually like a worry or suffering. You can see the European Union, basically this last winter, what made them survive the energy crisis was basically the reduction of consumption in the public and the private sector. These savings are much more valuable than any kind of investment into renewable energy or energy efficiency, because the main and primary measure is on the side of the consumers.
Wow, a very interesting example there on the winter in the EU, the fact that they just improved on energy efficiency and incredibly managed to survive. Interesting. Alexandra, do you want to weigh in on that?
I was just thinking that whenever you want to create a nudge, you have to have a team that you would like to rely on. For example, in our case, we had a person who was understanding energy pollution, energy efficiency, a person who was understanding behavioral science, and a person who was quite innovative. So this team of people were very capable of creating or giving behavioral science focus on different aspects. So whenever you start designing a nudge, try to involve people from different perspectives to give their input.
Okay. Ivo, do you think that the younger generation will adopt these changes faster? Maybe some of us are past that age of starting to understand the importance of these kind of behaviors.
I think that they are in a good position to adapt to a new reality, basically. Especially, we were just talking about the opening window in our household, and I know what are you saying, because we have the same thing in our home as well. So the thing is that now it's very hard to open the window in your household because air is polluted around you. So whether you like it or not, you will have to close it, and that will probably. It's like a dark humor, but you will have to save some energy because you cannot open the window in your home because everything around you is polluted. So I think that the younger generation, and I can see that from my kids, they are willing to learn, and they are eager to learn some new things, and that they can easily adapt to these new policies.
Wow. And there's another question that's come in on the wall. What's the value to communicate to a group of people that resonates with them and can create an atmosphere of multiply reactions toward this transformation? And Hamdia, you mentioned this, I remember. How should we communicate? I know many of our programs in UNDP have advertisements. And I know people still listen to watch the TV, and if the advert is really good, the way Coke and the other big brands have managed to really use adverts to communicate, do you think that's something that still also needs to be done in this regard, in response to that question?
Yeah, definitely. But when they were asking key values to be, it definitely depends on the group of people. Everybody has different needs. For example, somebody values financial savings more than the comfort level. Somebody wants to, for example, the guy that was presented from Tuzla Canton in Bosnia, he was saying I don't need, I'm like a boss. I just come, I use the energy, but I don't have to work around it. I don't need to clean about the furnace. It's simple and easy. Somebody wants security, for the example of the solar energy, where they want security from the increase of prices. It's definitely different for every group. Sometimes you need to also take into consideration the cost-sunk effect, sunk cost effect, which is basically if they have invested into something else before and you are now changing it, how they perceive that change because they are losing on an investment that they already made. it's different, like it definitely depends on the group of the people, and you need to like analyze and study their behavior to make a right decision. Sometimes when you are talking about communicating it, the difference between saying to somebody, I will save you 20% of energy, and your energy bills will be reduced by 20% is a different kind of world. It was proven, for example, by the studies that the second one, saying to somebody that I will reduce your energy bill by that and that amount, makes them more eager to invest, makes them more eager to make a positive decision. It's something that is simple. It seems like it's the same thing, but for people it isn't.
What about
it's
social
complex.
media? What about social media? The 140 character generation. Because you have to fix it in a tweet. And social media is quite different as well. And it's very important with regard to communication. Anyone wants to weigh in on that? Because that's where we are really heading to really do proper communication and understanding that there are various segments of the population, and some maybe follow social media more than the classical reports and the adverts that we have here.
Yeah, social media is great for profiling, for interacting with the people. For example, when we were trying to get the first ESCO companies in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we used the social media to target people that buy expensive watches, that have certain types of behaviors, like something that they liked on Facebook and Instagram, to make a group of people that we are certain that should be those that are decision makers in their companies. So we targeted those to attract them, to inform them about the ESCO, to enable us to have interest in new establishment of new ESCO companies. And it really worked, because we had like companies calling us and interested to find out more, because the owner was targeted and he, as a decision maker, was informed in the right way about the opportunity.
Okay. Ivo, do you want to weigh in on the behavioral psychology question? I think it's emerging that behavioral psychology has really been underestimated as has come in from the wall, and it's an important part of trying to change the behavior of communities, but also needs to be integrated in the design of the project.
Yes, I would agree with you completely, and with this tweet, of course. We need to include, as this is a very complex question. So when you have a complex question in front of you, you cannot give a simple answer. Of course, you need to create that answer through every possible source that you have in mind. And I think that this is very important for us to understand the behavior and the norms that people are using at the moment in order, if you want to change them. I heard a lot of good examples today from my colleagues, panelists. They are, of course, experts in this area, so I'm learning from them as well. I'm just conducting surveys here, so I'm not that much involved with this subject. But also, I would like to add that beside marketing and beside the social networks that we've been talking about, if I can add something, we also said that we can also rely on that snowball effect that we've been talking about in front of this hall, that we need to have a person to show to the group around them that something is working well and that something is working good. We've been talking about that in front of the hall when we said that when you have people who are surrounding you and when they see that a good example about energy consumption, not just financial but comfort as well, if you increase the comfort in your household, that will be the best thing to change the mind of the people that's been surrounding you. So this is also something that is very important, that mouth-to-mouth marketing that we can use here in the Balkans, because people here, they make their own case studies, they are observing what's going around them, and if they see a good example, they will try to implement it in their own household and in their own family. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I will give my panelists a minute each to summarize their presentation, and I think we will be able to finish earlier this session. It's been extremely interesting. We've been able to go through various... is there any question? I saw, was there a hand? Sorry. I don't want to lock out someone.
Well, yeah, I had a question. Not sure if people would appreciate me taking additional time for a question, but let us try very briefly.
No problem.
We haven't touched upon the role of government and government policies towards changing behavior in its population and citizens. What I'm trying to say, are governance and policies in general agile to embrace and to push behavioral analysis and researchers in order to inform public policy making? And are we all, because we are sitting here in light with all these lights and LED screens, and we are talking about energy efficiency. So I think we all should have a little bit of shift in our understandings. Thank you. And to present myself, I'm Biljana from UNDP country office in Skopje.
Yes, very, very good question. Any other one? I really wouldn't want to lock any other question from the floor. But indeed, that's good. We mentioned a little bit on the policies, but maybe we could have that as we are finalizing, because we have agreed that it's important that we have the nudge, treat, and trick. There's also the carrot and stick. There's also the economic incentives. All these need to work and together in a complex way, try and push the communities into adopting these new technologies. Personally, I'm a little disappointed because I thought that the new generation, particularly this century, will see green consumerism driving the decisions that people take. Whereby, for example, if a company is polluting the river, if you take the photo of the company releasing the waste in the river, consumers should boycott buying that product. And it becomes a very, very powerful statement by the consumer that we have the power to try and influence change of behavior in some of these companies. So I don't know, maybe, I don't know whether I should be optimistic that it's still happening and that the green consumerism will still continue, or do we still need to regulate it? Or do we still need to have a lot more economic incentives? Do we still need to have a lot of nudging? So let me give my panel a chance to weigh in on that final question as we bring this to a close. Do you think that, for example, the policies, the nudging, the treating, everything that we've discussed, the financial incentives are working or not? What else do we need to do to effectively ensure that we have the population being able to influence the changes in this area? I think I'll start from Melissa as we come all the way to Ivor.
Thank you. Related to the last question, well, let's recall that governments of the country is already committed for certain goals. Yeah? And it goes by saying that as a government, you should know how to deliver that goal. And you should research every single place and field where you can contribute. And this is definitely an area that should be studied, especially from the perspective, okay, how behavioral change, how much can contribute to the achievement of the goal, and should be also part of some action plan, and then also with designing special tailored design of the behavioral instruments for the central country. We have talked about several instruments. Alexandra has provided examples, but per se, it will not be only one instrument for one country, because it cannot cover all the groups. Yeah, probably several parallel different groups will be motivated, starting from all of us here at the panel. We have different motivations. Yeah. And please remind me on your second question.
No, I think that's fine. You've been able to cover that very well. Yeah,
Thank you.
Hamdia?
I'll try to just add on what you said. In terms of governmental support, like involvement, I think we need government to be transparent and stick to their goals. When I say stick to their goals in terms of reward and punishment, not issuing environmental permit for the company that is polluting and then paying fines, and then again when it's time to renew environmental permit, they get it, even though they are not implementing any measures in terms of reducing their impact on environment. Same goes for the energy efficiency. We need to have government taking the role of the leader that is controlling, monitoring, and like steering the development of the market. When they show to the households and to the companies that are implementing energy efficiency measures that they are controlling it and monitoring it, everybody will feel more like responsibility in the making the change. Like you have examples of companies which are like aware that the government won't inspect, for example, energy audit, or won't like inspect the quality of works, nobody will check the energy savings, then they won't make an effort. If they want us to make an effort, each of the citizens and the SMEs, they need to take the monitoring to the next level and take like division of responsibility among us to the next level. Yeah.
Alexandra, do you think eco-labeling standards can help, for example, as just a follow-up to as you summarized?
Definitely. Yes, definitely they can help. And I will try to summarize all three questions. So first of all, related to the way we communicate, always try to be simple, because people do not want to bother with complex things, the things they do not understand. So nudging means helping people to make easier choice in a very complex situation. And the nudging is successful if it's simple. The second question, yes, you have to have expert behavioralists who can support you in creation of the nudges. And the third question, to answer to my dear colleague Biljana, one of the examples, one of the experiments that we did was also related to creation of policy, but we did research on creating different eco and energy efficient profiles of vulnerable citizens in Skopje in order to create these human-centric policies, subsidy models, rules, and so on. So definitely, nudging can be used as experiment in creating policies, not only on national, but also on local government level.
Thank you. Ivo, your last one.
Well, we heard so many good suggestions today and so many good advices how to change things. In my opinion, and I will just try to be brief, we need to provide concrete and very good information to consumers. We need to find a way to communicate with them. Also, it seems to me that we will have to adopt some legal changes, of course, and in the end, and it's my opinion, I know that some of colleagues will probably not agree with that, we need to subsidize in order to make them realize what is good for them, and in one moment they will realize that.
Thank you. Ivor has been very, very insistent on the subsidies, so we leave it to him. And I think I agree, particularly the initial investment costs sometimes might require a bit of subsidies, but in future you need to ensure that it's sustainable so that it does not rely heavily only on the subsidies. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank my panel. Let me summarize what we've been able to run through. We've discussed communication and very different aspects of communication. We've spoken about awareness as an important driver to behavior change. We've gone through economics and behavioral economic discussions. We've had conversation on the incentives that need to be in place, some of the financial tools that could be designed to enhance behavioral change. We've had the nudge and the trick and the treat as some of the options when you're trying to push for behavioral change in this regard. The place and the role of laws and policies has also been discussed. It's very, very important for government to show the way, but even more important for the population to also drive that kind of issue. Issues like standards, laws, data is also quite important to be able to help us know that we're making the right decision as we go ahead. So it's been an interesting conversation. We hope to continue this, and I want to thank the panelists for showing up. I want to ask all of us to give them a round of applause. And So thank you very much. What they have discussed here is a PhD thesis discussion, and so I think you've really done very well in trying to go through all these elements. So let me thank all of you, and I want now to invite my colleague Jana to take us through the formal official closing session, and also to maybe just announce that as a challenge to what Zeljko told us on how do we make this sustainable? How can we create a network that can be able to continue to outlast even this conference? We've opened the LinkedIn page group, and I think maybe it can be shown. I want to encourage all of us to join it. It's a safe space, and it's a professional space for us to continue engaging as we discuss. And I think Jana will let us know other plans that are in place to ensure that this does not just be a one-off exercise. I think all of us have to agree that we've really benefited, right? It's really been useful. I've learned a lot myself. I'm sure we all have learned a lot. But we want to continue creating the sense of community so that we continue engaging and also monitoring how we are growing professionally. So thank you very much, and over to you, Jana.
Thank you very much, Geoffrey, for taking us through the last session. And on behalf of UNDP, I have the great pleasure to, first of all, thank all of you for coming, joining us in person here in Belgrade. Also to all the online participants who have been super active. And obviously, it also shows that there is not only energy efficiency in buildings, but also energy efficiency in people, because you all conserved the energy to keep up with us for 2 days. But on a more serious note, I just want to say that I think these 2 days showed us that energy efficiency, while by no means a new topic, is of a great importance for the region in the Balkan Plus, which means Western Balkan and Moldova. And we are very honored and pleased to have the chance to bring you all together and have a regional dialogue on the topics that matter. I would also want to thank the government of Germany, the government of Japan under the Climate Promise, as well as the Ministry of Finance of Slovakia and the government of Slovakia, and equally the UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub for making this event happen. And what I would also want to announce is that UNDP is working on putting together a roadmap specifically towards reaching nearly zero buildings in the Balkan Plus region. And we are hoping we will be launching it soon after the event to continue the dialogue and to continue raising the awareness about the importance of energy efficiency in buildings. Thank you very much.